Hello and welcome. I'm Women Grandmaster Ketica Zelashvili, and this is European Women Club Cup 2020, which is happening online. And we are hoping that the next event 2021 will happen in Monaco over the board. So we have 5 minutes before the start of the round, and I am very happy to introduce you the sponsors and those people who just made this event happen. And of course, we have beautiful cup waiting for the winners. And as you can see, if you follow the tournament, Monte Carlo team, which is considered to be the strong team and ranked 1 team in the competition, is about to take this cup back at home or just leave it at home. The games will start in, I guess, in 3 minutes. And players already joined the Zoom call. So we will start with them, and hopefully we will have very, very interesting games. And also very important information today, we will have guests, very, very nice guests. So don't go anywhere. And please write me in the chat of Twitch and YouTube, because as you see, I'm alone here. No Martin here. He will join me quite soon, I hope. But before that, please be my partners. So let's now take a look at some photos from Monaco, and I'll try to let you know about the sponsors of the event. So we have the sponsor of the event, as I mentioned, Monte Carlo. It's of the chess club. It's not only the strongest chess club in the competition, but also organizer of it. Société des Bains de Mer is also the sponsor of the event. Casino de Monte Carlo is a sponsor of the event. Principal sponsor is Ina Bezanova from the Art of Newspaper. The winner team will get beautiful and huge cup, which is under the patronage of Princess Charlene. This is called Princess Charlene Cup, and the whole event is under the huge patronage of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II, who is also big supporter of chess, and he supported a lot of events, chess events. One of those are previous year Women Grand Prix, European Rapid and Blitz, which happened. All these events happened in Monaco, and also spectacular chess gala happened first time in chess history, and it was European Golden Pawn. We can talk about the achievements itself for the Club of Monaco. They won 7 times Women Club Cup, this particular participation tournament, and they have very, very, very strong female players always, and also in this event too. No wonder why. Now it's time to take a look at the standings, and let's check out who are the leaders. So you can see on the screen that the host club Monte Carlo is the leader. Let me check the points. So they have 7 points, seven victories. And then it comes Ugra, the team from Russia, who follows with 5. And they share the places with Poland, Hozzers, and Tremblay and France. All those teams are very, very, very strong. Hello Shack is the next. I'm so happy to see this team in the top 5 participants, because they have young players and quite competitor players. Also Poland Hozzers, they are competed with young participants. Then we have Kiev Chess Federation Greco, where world champion sisters are the members of the team. Gambit Volgograd, also one of the strongest teams. A team from Germany with lots of strong grandmaster players and international players. Schwanby Hall. I need Marcin to pronounce his name. I couldn't do it alone. He will join me soon. And then we have Cléchiachas, the French team, and Oldar Yuldu from Azerbaijan, and I can see they already started to play. So let's have a board at the screen and also the Zoom call of the players, so we can observe the chess players too. The first game I suggest to analyze, that's the leaders boards. So here we have Lela Javakhishvili, representative of German team, against Alexandra Garechkina, first board of Monte Carlo. And for the moment, we have endgame, the phase of opening. It's far away from endgame. I beg the pardon for that. So Slav defense, still they are both in the theory. And black here castled, white took on g6. I believe they are still on their books. So here white can get the bishop here on g2 and pretend that they fianchetto the bishop at the first place. They can also push f3, e4 at some point to get more center and more space, because as you can see, they have a pair of bishop. On the other hand, black has not really any difficulties in the position. They get rid of this bishop on c8, which is considered to be the weakness of the position. So it looks just as a start of the game. And I hope we will see a lot of fire in here, because we have very, very strong players competing each other. On the screen you can see Lela Javakhishvili with blue suit. So the next what we have is Nana Dzagnidze and Maria Rabidze, two Georgian chess players. Nana is one of the top players in the world. She is number 4 in the competition by her rating. And let's check it. And I'm sure they competed each other, or they competed others side by side, as they are both the members of national team. We have a London system, very famous opening nowadays in the online chess, and not only online chess. And myself, I also enjoy to play that. So I think now Mary knows how to play against London system. And that's the way. Maybe we can take some example from her if we like the outcome of the game. So f4, I think white managed what they wanted to have. Knight on e5, that's a dream of every London player, and the pawn on f4, which means that they will start an attack on the king side shortly. And they still have all the pieces on the board. So for London system, it is very important to keep as much pieces as possible, so the king will be later on attacked. Let's quickly move to the next game, and here we have with white pieces Deimante Daulite against Elizabeth Pats, and looks very interesting. Let's start from the beginning. I really want to see how they get in there. 1e4, g6, and here we have this setup with 3 pawns in the center, and e5. White wants to get more advantage, space advantage. And here we have the position, bishop e3, because the pawn was hanging on d4. Let's say if castle, black could take and take on d4 with a check. And after this, knight d4, and this position, c2 pawn is hanging, bishop is hanging. On the other hand, pawn is hanging on b2. I'm sure this is still theory, and Deimante knows how to play, and she keeps the board on pieces on the board. As you can see, she has more space in the center, and for more space, you need more pieces. So that's the position Elizabeth is thinking, and she's thinking how can she continue the game. We can meanwhile move to the last board of this match, and here we have Monika Sochko against Lilith Mkrtchyan. Those both players are very experienced, and I'm sure they have played many games already in their career. So we have this position here. Black has pair of bishop, although there is a weakness on c6. C6, oh, okay, which makes gives white a chance to jump knight on c5 very comfortably and also to attack this c-file with rook c1. And yeah, the pawn is not strongest thing in this on this game, and knight also needs to jump its knight squares. Of course, d6 should be defended. If the knight gets on d6, then from d6 it will control c4 and d4 square. So bishop f4 was played. We maybe see bishop g4 next move. Lilit Mikirtician, you can see Armenian chess player on the board. We can move to the next match, and we need to see the games of second, the team which is on the second place. Let me quickly check. This is Team Ugra, and they are playing against Poland Hozzers. Poland Hozzers have a very, very nice tournament. They are young players from Poland. Very good blitz players, I should say. And they managed to qualify to the finals, and they also managed to win several important matches in the first round of the finals. So on the board you can see Natalia Pogonina, who's also on the screen, and with black pieces we have Jolanta Zawadzka. Who stands better here? That's very, very good question. White has two pawns in the center, hanging pawns. That's how we call it. And black has this bishop here, which needs to be developed, and it's not that easy. It's not that easy because of the pawn structure. The final move was rook f d1. White is trying to develop all the pieces, where black is struggling with development. For example, b6 kinda stacks the queen here on a5. It might be a cause of some danger in black's position. So myself, I really like this move d5, and now knight has not really good spot to go. Knight before something will hang one day. After this, there will be d6 move, and f7 pawn will be hanging. So Jolanta has to think some other way to develop the pieces. Yeah, some other way. So let's leave her with her position, and we can move to the next board where Alicia Śliwicka is playing against Olga Giriam. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. White managed to get the queen on g3, so it's now already makes some threats. Bishop takes h6. There will be some checkmate threat on g7, and black should take care of it, probably to get rid of this pin with king h8 or king h7, or just a plain knight g6 move. I'm not a big fan of that move. No, I think king should go away. Yeah, the position comes from Caro-Kann. Let's take a look at this quickly. So we have a classical Caro-Kann system, which also looks like French defense because of the pawn structure. And in here, black, I think, solved all the problems. The bishop is out from c8 square, and knight is on d5, perfectly well placed. And let's see how Alicia continued to play. She is trying to weaken the black's king and create some danger. So bishop h7 was played, and here white did not take it on h6 because of this jump. Knight on f5. It defends g7, also attacks the bishop and the queen, and it wins some material. So bishop h7 looks quite nice prophylactic move, and knight f4 was played with white here. So pawn is hanging now. Knight wants to jump and increase the tension. We might see knight takes off f4 on the board, bishop takes f4, and this position looks very interesting. Looks very interesting because the pawn will hang in this case on d4 So it means that after knight f4, maybe queen will take on f4. That's maybe Alicia's plan. Let's keep the look and search other games. So here we have Olga Badelka and Anna Kubitska. And here we have a very interesting position. Black already managed to attack on the side and weaken the queen's structure. And white is ready to push the pawns on the king side. That's what king h1 tells me. We can move to the final game of the match. And this is the game between Claudia Colon and Dinara Dolzhieva. So we have here this position, a very interesting position. We can actually start it from the beginning. As we know, Claudia, at least I know, because she's in my age and I know that, she's an e4 player. She started to play this kind of setup. I think it's sort of COVID setup for her, because in online chess, of course, most of the players are using different setups and she goes for it. Seems it's very comfortable for her to play this position, and she grabs a c pawn and she tries to keep this pawn extra. And here we have c6 move. White wants to play next move b5, for example, after knight queen c7. b5 will be played, and there's no chance that this pawn will be gone, and it's extra. So black should think here how to play. Maybe they will play by themselves. b5. Like to take, and then b5. Although I don't know, I like to have a pawn extra. White has to develop the king side still. There are pieces to be developed. And here on the board, Dinara played b5 immediately. So that makes sense also. That really makes sense. All right, next game. Here we have Valentina Gonina and Anna Muzychuk, two very, very experienced chess players, and one of the top chess players nowadays in the women's chess. So that's the match between Gambit Volgograd and Kiev Chess Federation Greco. And let's see, this pawn here always tells me that there will be some attack on the king side, although the bishop is not replaced well. Bishop should be on this diagonal to create some weaknesses on the king side. And in this position, I think everything is right. Hold on, this pawn is not hanging? Is the pawn hanging or not? Knight c5 was played and bishop. No, pawn is not hanging. Okay, it makes sense. After knight d3, there is knight. After knight d5, there is knight d3, and there is a fork. And nothing interesting for white here. So that's why white first played bishop f1 to get rid of this threat. Black takes bishop. Rook takes bishop, and now black has the isolated pawn here. There's no knight d3 threat anymore, and maybe knight f5 will come and will attack on d5 and also on e7. So black should play here fast and very smart. Maybe knight e4. Bishop goes. Bishop goes, and rook takes on c1. I like this move because queen will get out of this pin, not pin, this threat on d5, and then knight c5 to come on d3 and grab this bishop if possible. Yeah, we have this on the game, so we might expect next knight c5 another knight to come to c5. All right, let's move to the next position. This looks really, really interesting, very, very tempting from me. It came probably from Dutch defense. Oh, I'm so far from the truth. It's not Dutch defense, it's from Sicilian Alpine. Ah, so this is very unknown theoretical line. White is getting this e5 pawn, sort of French defense structure. And black is chasing the light square bishop. So if black gets the bishop here, there will be less tension on the king side, and that's good news for black. That's really good news from black. So of course the bishop was grabbed, b6. Now bishop wants to come on a6 and win the exchange. So white is not on time to get rook on the h3 or g3 to attack the king side. Let's see how they play it next. Before attacking the knight, yeah, bishop a6 was not possible. f5, d5, oh my god. So big tension in the center. This looks very nice. And in the actual position, some pawns are gone. Some pawns are gone, so let's take a look how they are gone. Queen takes a5, bishop f6, and now bishop takes e6. That's the position. Pair of bishop for Mari Sebag. That looks really nice. And that's why Maria Muzichuk just played bishop g4, just to get rid of one bishop. And in case of if dark square bishops are gone, then maybe this knight is better than e6 bishop. If the knight finds very nice square on f4, on e5 somehow, that will be really nice position for white. And the next game, I think that's the third board of the match. Here we have most probably Catalan. Yeah, that's Catalan. Where black took dc, and now black is trying to maintain this extra pawn on the board. Not so bad idea, not so bad idea. On the other hand, white has central pawns and has more tension. I don't know, myself, I really like to play this position with black because I have at least extra pawn, but I don't know, it's up to the taste, up to the taste. I just get back in the Twitch chat, so, and I'm catching up some comments. I really wonder who are your favorite teams. If you have your favorite teams or chess player, just let me know. I really wonder who you guys are supporting. And here we have the next position and the final position of this match. Once again, this is the match between Kiev, Greco, against Gambit Volgograd, very strong teams. And on the screen you can see Mari Sebag and Maria Muzichuk. On the board we have a very interesting position. Now bishop is chasing the queen. And the question is where the queen goes. For example, c7 will be under the pressure of rook c1. That's what I don't like. And on d8, okay, maybe that's not very dramatic. Let's say queen here, rook here, and queen comes on d6. No, I don't like something here. I don't like something here. After knight c5. And the pawn is hanging. So here Alexandra has some dilemma. Where to put the queen. Yeah, both players are the world champions, junior champions in different years. And I must say that's not easy. That's not easy to be world junior champion, and they are quite strong. I must say that too. This is very interesting position. Georgian players. Oh my God, what is this pawn structure? Like none of the pawns are traded there, although there are so big tension. And here we have first pawn trade, and this is A takes B. And black can take it back, yeah? So black can take on B4 instead. Black can take on B4. Pawn takes, and then bishop takes. That's what we have, but we don't have bishop b4. Instead, Mary goes for queen b5. She aims to take the b5 pawn and leave this pawn unprotected here, and also at the same color of the bishop, so black will attack it easily. That's very smart of you, Mary. That's very smart. Queen b7. And after all, I think, after all, black will have this very, very nice passed pawn, which is defended on c4. I don't know how white will continue this. Maybe knight e5? Maybe not. I don't know, really, I don't know. There are some passive moves, like rook bishop e8 to defend somehow b4 pawn, which I think is not working. So we will see. What is Nana's plans here? Sebak has f4. Let's see if Sebak has f4 and Maria has problems. f4 is on the board. f4 is on the board. And the idea is that, suggestion is that after bishop c3, white will have some problems. So it means that after bishop f4, bishop c3 wins the material. Yeah, that seems like that. Now rook is hanging and bishop is hanging. So f4, very strong move. Very, very strong move. Do you guys think that she missed it, or it's just the power of two bishops? That's also a point. This pair of bishops, sometimes they create so much problem, especially when the position is open. Queen has to go, and queen has no square, no good square, rather than h4. But let's see what if queen takes f4. No, it's not working. It's not working. This is a checkmate. Oh my God, it's not. So queen cannot take on f4. So what about queen h4 here? I think queen h4 is the only move that Mari can play. And what is the follow-up? How can I improve my position? It feels it's wrong. It feels it's wrong. How about queen g6? How about queen g6 here? Attack the rook and bishop at the same time. Rook cannot come on g3, as you can see. And if these traits happen, then this is hanging very badly. And is exchange. White has less than 3 minutes against 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Seems like white just missed this move with bishop g5. Bishop g5 looks very, very wrong here. Yeah, bishop g5. Seems like you have to block this pawn, otherwise it just comes and creates so much problems. Yeah, thank you very much for suggestion. And yeah, I would miss this. I would miss this. Knight where? Knight e4. Here, knight e4 but I can simply take it. Ah, all right, I understand. After queen h4, queen g6 and knight e4 here. All right. How can I play? Oh, we have a guest. Hi, Dana. Hello, welcome.
Hi, Kitty. Good to see you.
Good to see you. I'm so happy to see you. How are you?
Oh, so far so good. It's a great pity that our team could not qualify for the next rounds.
Yeah.
But I was so excited to spend my weekdays playing the tournament, the championship. A bit jealous now watching the games of the ladies because that's so exciting.
Yes, yes. We follow your social. I personally follow your social media, and I learned about your participation. And you were preparing a day before. I saw your chess-based game was on. So tell us your experience. How did it go for you and for your team?
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the European Chess Union, for the tournament because I think it was very professionally organized. I mean, being on the players' side, I really appreciated the professional and decent work of the arbiters, and the platform was operational. Everything was okay. I mean, that's the very important part so that the players can feel comfortable and concentrate on the games rather than on the technical issues or something. So this is why I'm telling the special thanks to the technical staff to hold the team. But then for our team, it was a great pity. I was representing the Swedish team, Vasa, where actually four of Latvian players were playing, strangely enough. But the pity was that Pia Kramling, the leading chess player from Sweden, is representing the Monaco's team. So that's why I'm, of course, looking forward to their success there. Since she's still my teammate, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for her.
Yes, that was a topic that got our attention too, as Pia was playing in Monte Carlo. But then we searched a little bit and we learned that she won 7 times a gold medal together with Monte Carlo. So that's
So
probably
that's a
her
nice
second.
motivation for her to continue.
Yes, yes, yes,
But we
yes.
were missing her, of course. That's the reason why Vasa could not qualify.
Yes, exactly. So this is the end of the year actually, and during all this pandemic time, 2020, European Chess Union managed to make so many events. Myself, I was a part of many events, and I know it's a lot of events. As a vice president of European Chess Union, please tell us about the outcome. How happy are you with everything, all the projects, and what we should expect in the future in 2021?
I guess that the European Chess Union has been really successful in showing that chess can overcome the obstacles of the COVID limitations, and that's also the advantage of chess, that it can switch online easily. And we have managed to do that. With all the events, we've kept occupied ourselves and the chess players, at least giving some opportunities also to be busy and to earn some money as well. You know that this has been a very difficult year for the professional chess players income-wise. And nothing stops. We are continuing our work and already have planned several events for the next year, including, that's still a little project in the development stage, but we are planning to organize the tournament of the parliamentarians. So bringing more politicians to online chess as well.
Yes, I have to apologize to start immediately the interview without introduce the viewers, but I'm sure everybody knows you, Dana. So Dana Reznica Ozola is the woman grandmaster, promoter of chess game among everyone, and also a politician, a member of the Parliament of Latvia. Thank you very much for joining us and bring so positive vibe in the live.
Thank you. Have some more excitement in the final stage of the Club Cup.
Thank you, Dana, and wish you happy holidays and great next year, successful year.
Christmas.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're back. We're back after the interview with Dana. And we have to take a look at the game between Maria Muzichuk and Marisa Bak. Something happened here after f4, this amazing move, which Black played. White went to queen h4, queen g6 is on the board, knight e4. I think we guys are playing this game. Bishop f5, increasing the tension on the diagonal. Everything is hanging. So let's see how White is trying to stay in the game. So that's the way. Black took the rook on d3, queen g3. Hold on, is it extra rook for black already? I think that's extra rook. Oh wow, this is very nice combination here. What we see from Marisa Bach. Yeah, I just checked twice that is it extra rook or I'm just not counting it properly. It is extra rook. So, but they are still playing. When Marisa Bach took the HG at that moment, according to the clock that I see, she had seconds. That is the reason why Maria Muzichuk is still playing. So anything can happen when you have seconds on the clock. And once again, the time control is 15 minutes plus 5 seconds. But what is very important in this platform, it is impossible to pre-move. So yeah, Marisa Bach should be very careful. Should be very careful with the time. And we have some results already. I see that Ogra is leading already after the finish of 2 games against Poland Hazars. And we have also Klishietes leading 2-0 to Tremble and Friends. So we have some results already. And now I will try to find some excitements. Please suggest if you have any preferences to see the game. So I will follow it. Rook G4 was played here by Salimova, and now she wants to take on G6. She wants to take on G6 for sure. That's interesting how White managed to put the fire on the board, because I remembered my words that I said I like the black pieces because of the extra pawn on c4. Now I have to take back my words because I love the attack on the king side. Now what White just managed to make. Rook g6 is a threat. And after king h7, I don't think that helps much because knight comes on f4, still hanging on g6. Mari is happy. It means that she won. And after h5, the knight will be gone. Marisa Bach won the game. She is extremely happy. She's smiling. Of course, she's smiling. Who would not be happy to win a game like that? We have few games actually left, and let's take a look at this one. Nana Dzagnidzhe and Mary Arapidze. Mary managed to got b4 or b5, I don't know. I didn't expect this pawn here, to be honest. It should not be here. It should not be here. It should be gone now. But seems like Nana is still fighting. And let's see if a7, knight will come on c6. And the pawn will be under the attack, and here Nana should find some control play. Yeah, indeed amazing game by Marisa Bach, only female grandmaster from France. So she's a grandmaster for a reason, for sure, and that's the position which got my attention earlier. But we can move to this one. This looks interesting. I don't know how no, I think black has more chances to win this. Although the king, white king, rook, and the bishop are very close to this pawn chain here, and very likely they can stop the pawn, or maybe not. We will see that. And the first board between Natalia Pagonina and Jolanta Zawadzka, here we have very imbalanced position. This is not always happening. It's not often happening when one side has 2 rooks and the other side has three pieces, minor pieces. So I'm a bit confused where to stop now. So if you have any suggestion, any position that you would like to analyze, just let me know. And here is Tisia Gara and Turkan Mamediarova. This is the final game in the match of Oldar Yurdu and Hello Shak. And for the moment, other team is leading. Who is this? Who is this? Oh my God, this is cute baby of Marisa Bach. Shaina is her name. Oh my God. Is it Mari's daughter? Or I'm confused. Mari Sebak's daughter, probably. Oh, so cute. I remember her from the age, I think 3 months or something. I met her when I was in Paris. She was so small, so tiny. And then I met her in Saudi Arabia at chess tournament. She was traveling with mom. And then in Batumi, Mari Sebak always takes her daughter with her. This is something really nice that I think her daughter will appreciate when she will be grown up. A very cute one, very cute one. So, what about this game? Sarah Hazem against Nurgulgim Tohiranov. Oh my God! Oh my God! I need to know the pronunciation of the name. I know this girl. She is a sister of another woman grandmaster from the country. They are quite strong family, chess family. And for the moment, I think she's studying in USA and she represents USA Federation. Let me check. Yeah, she represents USA Federation. And we can move to the next game. And here we have Nana Zagnidze and Mary Arabidze. Mary got the piece for 2 pawns. It's not just 2 pawns, but for 2 pawns who are very connected. And now there is a check, and the question is if king can get rid of these checks. And the game ended in a draw. Seems like here after rook a8, white offered draw and black just took it because let's see. After this, black cannot get rid of checks. Or black should give up another pawn, and that's probably what white does not want. Or maybe that was not the reason. Yeah, maybe not that fast, and it's at some point maybe here she can take just to have king very far from the king side. So 3 games in progress, and one of those games we have this one. Salimova against Osmak. Here we have queens and the bishops on the board, and white has 2 extra pawns. It should be winning for white. I cannot say it's easily winning, but it is winning. And what can be the plan here for white? How white can win? I think bishop e8, which was already played on the board. Take, and this queen end game is winning. It's simply winning. d5 is played here. Let me update the game moves. d5 defends the b2 pawn, and now it's possible to push d6 as well. Yeah, here we have d6. Next will be follow up the queen e7, d7, and d8 queen. Or also white has an extra pawn here on b file, and white is going other. And of course black is trying the last chance here. Yeah, that's really last chance to push h pawn. How about this position? How about it? Is it draw or white can win? I think white can win. Yeah, knight is perfectly placed. It controls h square and h8 square. And also f4 square. Now bishop cannot come on f4 to stop this pawn. I think king should come on f7 now. And after that, knight is e5 check. And wherever king goes, no matter where, let's say here on back, c7, and black cannot stop the pawn from promoting the queen. So that's why king went back. Queen, yeah, knight e5 now, knight e5. Was played, and of course this is hopeless position for black, and Elizabeth here resigned. 2 games in progress. One game is very interesting. It's a very imbalanced position. Black has a queen and a pass pawn. On the other hand, white has a rook and bishop and also a pass pawn here. So black is trying to grab as much pawns as possible. Yeah, to play against this queen, it's really, really dangerous. It's really dangerous. King is getting close to the rook, maybe on b7, and then black can just push a pawn. That's why rook comes on d2 to stop. I don't know what is the evaluation to be honest. I think evaluation changes any moment. For example, now it's clearly black is winning because white just blundered a piece. What a lovely day we have today. The finals. Valentina Gunina with her fat, very, very, very fat cat. I think this cat is 8 kilos, as I remembered. I visited them when I was in Russia, and the cat is so lovely, so needed to have attention. And you can see how she annoys Valentina. She wants some attention even now, and she is really happy. The cat is really, really happy, really happy. Valentina is known as a huge fan of animals. She has a lot of pets at home. She has this cat, big cat, and also 2 dogs. She has 2 dogs. She found those dogs in the street and she sheltered them. Once one dog she took from Montenegro, I remember that. So we have this game, final game, and seems like black is trying to make as more checks as possible, but the pawn is already on d7, just one move away from queening. And yeah, but there are checks. Nobody knows what's gonna happen if white will find a proper place. Maybe this is it, to get on e8. That's for sure that king should get close to the queen, so then queen will be able to cover. Gorina's cat made my day. We have this comment. Exactly, the cat is so funny, and yeah, it's so funny to have cat in the at the tournament. So if this is over the bird tournament in Monaco, she cannot take a cat, but now she can play chess with her own cat. Is it a fair game? Like, we have to ask that to the arbiters if it's fair to play with a cat. Yeah, I don't remember the name though of the cat. I don't remember that, but I remember it was extremely heavy. And when I entered there in their apartment, the cat just jumped on my knees, and she was sitting there for like 2 hours. It was extremely heavy. So again, the king is going close to the queen. I think that's the square to go. So after that, white will be able to cover the queen with a check. Yeah, queen e8 now. For the moment, black has no check, and white can start check and get the queen at the best position. So this is the final position, and after that we will take a look at the standings. So we will know if something changed, and I think players already are getting for the second round of today. So here we have a resignation. Salimova resigned because after king h5 there is queen g5 checkmate, and after rook king h7 there is queen e7. White is changing the queens, and it is drop. So now let's take a look at the standings, rank of teams. Ranking of teams, and then we can, I think, start to analyze next round, because I believe they will start soon. So here we have some things changed. A lot of things changed. No, this is not it. This is not it. This is not it. Don't trick me. Don't trick me. No, it's not it. So ranks after round 5. We have some changes here, and I can read that. Ugra leads now the tournament, and they joined to Monte Carlo to share the first and second places with 7 points. And then we have Schwabi Hall, the German team. They had a very, very bad day yesterday because they were one of the favorites, and they had some problems yesterday, and today we see them in the top 3. And then we have Volvograd Gambit, Poland Hozzers, and Clichy Chess. And then we have one more team, Trembly and France. That's correct standing. If you want to know more about the tournament results, you can just simply go to the chess results. You can see on the top the name, European Women Online Chess Cup 2020 Finals. You can search all the statistics. Of course, you can also follow the European Chess Union at the social platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and also Twitter. Just like the profiles of them, and you will get updated for the upcoming events. I'm sure in 2021 we will have at least this number of the online events, if not more, and also over the board event. Once again, I want to remind you that next year this tournament, Women Club Cup, will happen in Monaco in December, most probably. So yeah, let's hope that everything will be fine by that time. So what do we have? What is the situation right now? Let's take a look in the Zoom call. So we will see if players are ready to start next round or no. No, I've heard no. And thank you very much for being so active in the chat of Twitch. I'll take a look in the chat of YouTube too, and I'll try to answer the questions or just take the comments from it. Yeah, I'm here. You cannot hear me, I think. Yeah, I'm here. There is a comment if anyone is in the studio yet. I am here and I'm alone, but I saw Martin just came back. So in the next round I will be joined by Martin. I really missed him because it's always good to work in teams. But somehow I didn't feel lonely because we had Dana Rezinca also joined me at the interview. We will have more interview today, and what is very important, we will have tomorrow at 6 p.m. The closing ceremony. So of 2 events, this event and also European Blitz Championship, which was really amazing event. I really enjoyed to commentate the games there. We had a lot of Armageddon games. I think I will just take a very short break, like 2 minutes, and you will see some interesting videos, and I will come back with Martin.
For the first time in Europe.
First European Chess Award ceremony.
The European Golden Pawn. Most of the legends are here with us today.
Chess legends, lovers, supporters.
This big celebration of legends. Thank you for all.
It's a big honor to stay here.
There's no limits when you begin to read and when you begin to play chess.
Chess for me is more than a sport. Thank you very much for this award.
We are a family.
Chess has a great future.
It's my exceptional honor and privilege to be here with you.
The world needs
Chess, love and music has the ability as chess to make people happy.
Chess needs this kind of event.
It's a very beautiful place.
It is fantastic.
I'm always very happy that we make these selections.
It's a great honor for me to be here with my colleagues from High Group.
21 Salida Costa.
It's an honor to be awarded with this prestigious prize.
It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be a part of this fantastic event.
It is something that belongs to many of my loved ones as well.
Best wishes to all you.
I life with this.
I would like to thank all of you because your attendance is very important.
It's a game that is celebrated at its highest level. And having it here in Monaco, it's a big opportunity to send this message that to celebrate chess as the mainstream sport and a cultural touchstone.
Chess makes you smarter.
back, and as I promised, we have a Grandmaster Martin Tasper with
Hello.
us. So
Hello.
happy to see you. So good to work
Likewise.
in team. So good. But luckily, there are so many people writing us in Twitch chat. I hope in YouTube chat too. I'm checking that often. And I felt like I was not alone. I
Cool.
felt like
Very
this.
nice to hear it.
And we also had interview. We will have more interviews for the breaks. So, and the round is about to start now. But before that, we have to take a look at the standings and pairings in round 6. Let's do that. So this is the pairings of the round 6.
With the lineups already, right?
Yes, so here we have Poland Hazards again, Hello Shack. Those two teams are playing very, very good in this tournament. Tremblay and France playing against Older You'll Do. And then we have Monte Carlo.
Tackled Eshek
Playing
against Clichy Eshek. So two French teams, right?
I'm so happy that you're back. I will let you do it.
All right, and Kiev Chess Federation Greco against Schachclub Schwäbisch Hall, and Jugra team against Gambit Volgograd.
So that's the pairings for the next round. The games will start any seconds, and they
have already started. Right.
Let's take a look.
All right. So should we start once more with the hazards, or
we have leaders, and let me tell you the leaders: Ugra team and Monte Carlo.
Oh, so a lot has changed actually.
Yeah, a lot of things changed. So maybe we can start with Ugra.
All
Let's
right.
see how they are playing.
All right. In a moment, I will put them on a board. So they are playing on the last.
Well, against Gambit Volgograd. So two leaders are playing in this match.
Okay, so we have the first board from that match, Natalia Pogonina against Valentina Gunina. So two Russian teams, Jugra and Gambit Volgograd. What happened on the first board, right? So the invitation to the English opening, but refused with the Slav defense. Sort of. White did not want to get into the theory, and as I told you, d4 actually is almost forced, because if you play d3 castle and knight bd2, black may easily play e5, and I don't believe that white can have any advantage at all. That's why d4 has to be played, just to control this square on e5. But you can see that the bishop is already high, and it's not blocked by the pawns.
Yeah, one game has already finished. It
Really?
was in the game of Giria Olga and Marisa Bag. But don't we have a Sofia rule here? Yeah, we have Sofia rule. That's why we had repetition. I think that's the theory there. Do you want to search that game?
Yep, I will try.
Let's type there.
All right.
Type.
So just do it. I'm afraid of touching electronics, to be honest.
So here we have Sebag against Giria.
Yes, exactly.
So I will search that. Here we have, and this ended in a draw. So about Sofia rule, that means that players cannot agree on a draw before 30 moves.
Yeah, movement number 30 made by the black, to be exact. So what happened here? We have the open variation of the Ruy Lopez. So very well known, the bishop e6, queen e2. The other possibility is to play c3 or knight b to d2. Once I was quite surprised by my opponent. That's why I have chosen also to play queen e2 against Czech Grandmaster Simacek. And actually it ended up quite nicely, because really I played quite really nice game. But let's take a look that after bishop queen d3, bishop went to e4. So you cannot of course take it, because then black would take the rook on d1. So bishop e4, queen e2, bishop d5 once more. I would really be shaken when playing such a position with black having this pin. So I would actually if I were white, I would try to do something. Maybe knight b to d2. This was the the possibility, but of course both players are 2400 players, so international. Yeah, Marie Sebak is grandmaster and Olga Giria is woman grandmaster, so they are very experienced players, of course. Maybe bishop e6, knight c4, queen c8. White didn't want to continue.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you know, Marcin, that Marie Sebak was a participant of some reality show some years ago? Many years ago, yeah. She was a participant of a reality show in French TV.
Right, cool.
Yeah.
Didn't know about it.
Yeah, and then we have another chess player, Sam Shankland from USA, who was also the participant of the reality show. And it was so amazing. He had to live in the
was it a Big Brother type or?
Wild nature, and
really?
he had some tasks to solve. I have not seen the whole show. I wasn't able to do it, but I've heard about it.
Okay, quite curious. How did they manage to live in such circumstances? Actually,
yeah, don't you think that it could be really great to have some reality show like that, to live in wild and to have some tasks with all the chess players. They will play all day chess. Yes, that's
yeah, that's the point. You know, it would be boring for people actually.
Even if you don't give them chess pieces, they will find a way. They will play blindfold.
Yeah, exactly. Like without a board, they are also able to do it. I believe the hardest task would be to find the measure of time.
Yeah.
So because without any mobile device.
I know that. I have seen it to measure time in the swimming pool, so you can do it in the ocean.
Right.
If we are dreaming, let's dream more. So you are in the ocean.
Yes.
And when you make a move, you go down in the water. And your opponent makes a move, it comes down to, so you see your opponent make a move. You can stay long in the water.
Yeah, but you know.
More than 2 minutes, right? Is it?
Yeah, actually, I know that Grzesiek Gajewski, grandmaster, Grzesiek Gajewski was able to be under the water for more than 4 minutes. Actually, he was green. He was getting green, but still, he was able to do it. When we were youngsters, you know, he showed that he's able to do it.
Don't do that at home. Don't try that.
But I believe it would be better just playing near the ocean, and then you have some distance. For example, 20 meters to swim, and then you come back. Your opponent has to make a move in that time. That would be more fair.
No,
and also more sporty.
Swim. Okay, yeah, that's true. So we have a comment that Olga should continue the game. That's what.
Actually, Olga was not able to do it because of the queen d3. She has to play bishop e4 because if she tries something else, then queen c2 gives an advantage. The queen is under the attack, and you have to play bishop d7. And I believe that even e6 is very unpleasant move, right? Even such a sacrifice. Which is not mandatory, of course. I can just simply play rook b, knight b to d2, and the white stands better. It was in Maria's choice to play or not.
All right, let's move on. And you can see.
All right. To, yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
So don't touch it. Here you have it, all the games on the board.
All right.
And I see we have already the middle games in most of the.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the match we were talking about. So here we are, and what happened here is that black also refused to make a draw. The bishop c3, bishop b2, and now bishop g6 was played, and of course she could have played bishop b4 immediately. So just to ask whether we wanna draw or not. So Valentina Gunina is showing that she wants to play farther, and of course it's not a worse position for black. The bishop is quite well placed. All right. So the second board where white just did what I said they shouldn't in such a position. So that should play e5, d4 just not to allow e5, and it turned out that e5 is on the board. On the other hand, white took a pair of bishops as an exchange, right? But still, I believe black should be fine because she has Salimova has a spatial advantage.
The
So-
central, yeah? You mean
Yeah,
the-
also pawns in the center, but also more space, right? The bishops are limited here. So now we can see on the board, on the screen, the position that the players are
Yeah.
seeing.
Yeah, that's Tornala, where players are playing.
Yeah,
That's the
the platform.
view, how they see the chess game. You cannot access that, but if you want to see more games, please visit Chess24. You can see games with our commentary and also with the engine help. So if we don't give you exact evaluation of the position, feel free to try comment in the Twitch.
Yeah, exactly.
chat.
But we do it actually, regularly. So what we think during the game, the same style, right? We don't use engines at all. So I believe it's more fair. The other way of playing by white is bishop d3 in that position, but queen e2, bishop d2, and we have opposite castling, and I believe white stands better. that position.
Yeah, I would like to suggest you to move to the game of Alina Kashlinskaya and Nana Zagnidze.
So it will be somewhere in the middle.
This is the match between two leaders.
All right, I see. Whoa, what happened?
I know.
Oh, oof, I thought it's still my mistake. All right, so Alina is playing white, so d4. And now it was the invitation to play e6. So black is actually asking whether you want a French defense or rather the style of d4 formations, right? So e4 accepted, so the Wiener variation in French, and bishop a5. It's not the main line. The main line, of course, is to take on c3. Black is losing a pair of bishops, but on the other hand, the pawn structures, you have double pawns with white. And knight e7, queen g4 or h4, different types of position. White will try to play one day a4 just to put the bishop on a3. The rook may come from h3 to g3. The pawn tries to go as far as possible. So it's totally different, right?
Yeah,
But it's
very,
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 very well known.
interesting. I've been
Taught
from my coach that it's worth to study French defense pawn structures.
Yeah.
So you can use that in many open. So
Yeah.
that's my to-do list in 2020.
All right.
It's already late now.
So b4 actually is the main line, I believe, and black can choose between cd, knight b5, bishop c7, knight f3, and so on, and maybe f4 even. And after b4, cb, and still knight b5, ba, and c3. And you can see that the square on d6 is quite weak, so white just has to sacrifice a pawn to have a counterplay here. But of course, it's not mandatory to give it that pawn on b4. Oh, sorry. So what happened in the game is that white wants to take back with the knight on d4, so to have a very nice location outpost for the minor pieces, and I believe she stands a little bit better because she controls the square on d4. And even if we trade, white would love to trade that bishop for those pieces, so to have knight on d4 against the bishop on e6. But of course, black does not have to allow that. Of course, I don't want to take on e6 because then the let's take move, and white does not want to take on e6 because after fe, the pawn structure would be already okay for black. And in that position, even though black has a pair of bishops, it does not give an advantage because the position is quite closed. And of course, I would love to bring that bishop to e4, but it's totally not possible.
That's a story in another game.
Yeah, most probably not in French.
Yeah, another suggestion what I have,
Right.
because it's very interesting there. It's Buksa Natalia and Karina Bertsomova.
So
That is the game between Greco and
Schwäbisch
Hall.
So
The pawn is on g7. Oh, not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah, that's down. That's down. Natalia Buksa. Not next.
no,
one.
that one.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right. So what happened here? Once more, we have this setup which does not allow which allows to control the the square on e5 and to develop the bishop to b2, so he can look at the long diagonal. So as you could see, knight bd7, bishop d6, and trying to play e5 is probably the best way to handle that. And now queen also wants to take a look at the diagonals, a3 in just not to allow knight b4 at any time, and h4. I like it because now I just want to play knight g5, and if you take, then the rook will be open. So h6 does not matter. G4, yep.
Yay.
And g5 now.
It's a sacrifice of a piece.
Right, because if I take with the bishop or the queen, then black would like to trade the bishops, so to you know.
Yeah,
the
if you go for attack, you have to go for all in.
But
That's
g5,
Karina's
it's all in,
strategy
I
here.
believe. All in.
Yeah.
And what happens after, for example, rook g1? I want to play probably f6, because I cannot play e5, because it's hanging. There is still the pin on g file. So after rook g1, there is a threat of taking, and after f6, for example, I can play queen g6, which I believe might be quite dangerous for black. Queen e7, for example, and then h5. Just push the pawn, right? So maybe rook f7, but still after h5, I wouldn't like to have it by black. e5 was played just to take some pieces out of the board, and now f6 will be played for sure. But still after queen g6, it's very dangerous for black. The bishop will go to c4 just to give a pin with the knight and the king. Rook f7 will be played most probably, and bishop may come back actually. So I can try to play bishop d3 or h5, h6.
We have a question in the chat if long castle is too slow for Karina here.
Yeah, if you attack, it's very nice to bring some new resources to attack, but that rook, either from a1 or from d1, does not attack. So it's too slow actually. I have already 3 pieces attacking the king, and the bishop may help. So the rook does not support, and the king is quite safe in the center of the board. It cannot be attacked.
So first, white should try to get all the pieces into the king's attack, and if white has not enough forces, then white can castle, long castle, and bring the rook on g1.
Which is actually not very easy. That's why it's, you know, if you are a piece down, just like in that position, you should try to attack as fast as possible.
Yeah. About Karina, she was in Canary Islands when all the pandemic time started, and she had to stay there. She was stuck there, locked down there for months.
Poor little thing.
Not poor, come on, she was having paradise there.
Of course she does.
When we have here winter and minus, she's now going at the beach every day. So if you want to follow her life, you can just follow her on Instagram, and she does also stream on YouTube.
To be honest, the first thing I would have to do is to install that tool you said about Instagram, right?
Instagram.
Yeah, I don't have it, of course. I don't use it.
Oh my god. you need to have that.
No, come on.
And now
I have my own life.
She's studying at the university in Canary Islands.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's having a very good life.
Yeah.
I envy that, Karina. I envy that. Let's go to the game to the Zawadzka against Huang Trang. That was really interesting moment when one move before black played after.
Just what happened here? So d4 was played, and now white took with the knight, knight e4. So now if black, for example, makes a short castle, then I can just simply take and take on d4. So after queen d4, there is an uncovered check, as well as the king when staying on e5. It's the e8. It's the same because the bishop would take the pawn on b5. So it was a very nice tactics. Bishop e4. So I attacked the rook on a8, and also I attacked the knight on d4.
Yeah, but after knight c2, here white took some time to think. I
Whether
was
to take
observing
with
that.
the
Yeah.
queen here and with the bishop on a8, which I believe is also quite fine. Because you have to calculate now. Maybe you can play rook b8 just. Because if I could take on e3 and just now on f4 and e5, it would be okay, but the bishop is hanging. So then you, after queen c2, you have to consider rook b8 as well. And now the bishop is hanging, so probably I'll have to take. And I believe that even after long castle or rook to d1 with the idea of short castle, it would be also in favor of white, because the king stands on f8, so I can push f5, open the file, and so on. So you have, it was a very nice choice to be done. And now I believe white still is much better, because even after queen a5, for example, I just simply go with the king to f2. The bishop has very big problems with development.
We have that on the board, and
Yay.
black decided to play king e8. There's no other
King
way to
e7, right?
king e7. Sorry, there's no other way to connect the rooks and develop.
But still they are not connected because of that bishop, right? So I believe that even f5 may be played with some idea of queen g5. Very unpleasant position for black.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not forced to do it. I can simply play bishop e4, for example, rook b8, the only move.
Queen a7 can I can.
No, because it's protected, right? And rook h to c1.
Yeah.
One day I put the pressure on the bishop. I can double the rooks and then go to c7. I believe it's the winning position for white already, because of the lack of coordination of black's pieces. So
Actually, the game has already finished. Let's see how it finished.
Really?
Oh.
Very nice.
No.
Yeah. So rook h to d1, which is also quite cool. Queen b6. Black tried to vanish the queens out of the board, but it turns out that after knight c8, she missed that after rook c8 and rook d7 check. Intermediate check here. Queen b6, white would obtain a marvelous advantage. Very nice tactical move. So queen b6 was just losing in one, right? A big mistake of Huang Tan Trang. So from Hello Shak. So that means that Husaria team of Poland is leading 1-0.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm sharing this stream among my friends on
Good
Facebook
idea.
and so on. So please share the stream among your friends. Maybe they want to see the final game of the Women Club Cup. And I think that's final event of European Chess Union, and the next events will come on 2021.
Yeah, I believe so too. So e4, c6, Anna Kubicka is playing black with Caro-Kann defense. Advanced variation. The other way of dealing with that position is bishop f5 and calmly play e6, knight to d7, knight to e7, h6, and to play c5. So to have the sort of the French defense, but with the bishop quite active. But of course you lose one tempo to do it. But she has chosen to play c5, and this is the other possibility, the other variation, main variation in that line. And I believe it's quite complex. h4, of course. The knight stands on g6, not very nicely placed, but after h6 and g3, just to play h5, because white wanted to push the pawn as far as possible. And after h6, g3, there is a threat of h5, and the bishop would have to go to the corner, and of course it does not feel very comfortable there. Good choice of black to take some minor pieces out of the board.
And
But still
try
white
to trade that.
Yeah, to trade
Yeah,
it. But
because
still I believe what black is doing.
Otherwise, if white has more pieces on the board, it will be really powerful attack on the king side.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll
I
be
have
scared
more.
of that.
I have more space. That's the point, right?
Yeah, more
And
space.
of course, I protect the rook on c1 with the queen. I cannot move it yet because after bishop d3, I will take back with the pawn. So to have this such a position. For example, bishop a7, maybe it's not even worth to the g5, attack the king. So I believe, actually that happened. So cd, queen e7, rook took on c8, and now rook to e2. Black rook cannot access white's camp. All those places are protected by white, all those squares. And one day I can play g6, but of course I can just prepare it with the king on g3, maybe with the queen on f4, not to allow to jump with the queen on h4. So I believe white is doing very, very nice here.
One game has finished. It was Elizabeth Batts who won the game against Natasha Benmebach.
Yeah, in French, as far as I know from the pronunciation, you don't read the last letter.
Last few letters, I must say. But we cannot see it now because it's already finished. I wanted to draw your attention there. Maybe we can.
Don't have to work.
So let me check quickly. There he was. This is the game.
The final position from the game, right?
Yeah. So here, white
what
was
the
so
opening?
active.
What was the opening?
Opening. We can check.
Yeah, because the pawns are on c2, d2, f. You know, on the starting position. So I really e4, right?
E4, c5. It's like normal opening so far. After
bishop
move
e5, the
3.
Moscow variation, and now bishop d3. Okay. Still and b3. Okay.
All right.
You can play c3 as well, but okay, b3. You develop the bishop here. Knight. Whoa.
Oh, Martin, we have to go to the other game quickly after this. This is really something really beautiful.
Oh, look. She just took the pawn on c4 and blundered. So sad.
Yeah, let's quickly move to the let's do that. So this is the game between Muminova and Fatalieva. Yeah, let's do that.
Oh, here you have. I know only chess.
Wait. I have to find this as soon as possible. Is that one?
Yeah, it's the Tremblay en France Odler Yurdu. So Fatalieva playing with white.
This one. The moment when I checked the position was here. After bishop g4, knight is hanging here. Hold on. Yeah, this position. This position. The question is, f file is open, and here white started to access on f5, knight f6, bishop g5, increasing the pressure on the pin, knight h5.
Yes.
So looking for some changes here, and now black has to take with a knight, because after taking a knight, do you think here white can sacrifice?
What for? I can play
here.
I can simply play. Yeah, it's of course possible, but it's maybe here. I believe queen d6, for example, and I will just get rid of one pawn, and then put the next one on f6, just to protect the position. But there is no need to do it actually, because after knight f6, I can simply play queen f2.
And we know
because you cannot take on e4 because the queen is not protected, right? So I just can simply play queen f2 with the idea of queen h4, and maybe then take it with the rook on f6.
Something what I said is happened, and she did in better way than I do. So let's take a look at this.
Yeah. So after gf, bishop h4, and now she took on f6, right? So of course the position is hopeless actually for black, because after rook f1, and you cannot protect the knight on f6. So I don't know what should you do. Maybe here, but the attack is is way too much. The position is closed on the queen side, and I will play h5, h4 to h5, and after h5. Okay, of course I don't want to go to h6 because of queen d8, queen f8. Oh, but then there would be a mate on h8, so h5 is not possible. So actually it's a hopeless position for. She took on d5.
What is that?
The only way to try, so I will take, of course, take. And now I have the rook and the knight versus the queen. And it's very good practical decision. It's the only one, because if not, then she would be smashed. So maybe even not taking on f6 immediately might also be an option. Just calmly prepare it, bring your next rook here, and then just take it. But of course, rook f6 is not a problem. Knight d5, so the bishop is now under the attack, and you have to take the queen. And now there are some problems with the pawns, but on the other hand, of course, the king is quite weak. So after, for example, bishop g6, queen g5 here, and h4. Still, I believe white is doing extremely well, because here I can just run away, and there's still the h5.
h5, h6, queen f6.
Yeah, so maybe
don't see the
bishop
way
e2, right?
to defense that.
Yeah, exactly. The position is actually winning for white, most probably. But it's very nice, this rook f6 and so on.
Yeah, another
It's home
really,
office.
really funny position is in the game of Gulnar Mamedova against Nan Hidan. This is really funny position. The next of it, these two knights stuck in the opponent's camp. Yeah, actually, both of them disappeared in a second. So we can take a look at least like two moves earlier.
Alright, so let's take a look at that position maybe. So white has some spatial advantage and the pair of bishops, and you cannot use the open d file. So knight b4, there is a try to give a fork on c2, but of course rejected by white quite easily. And now it turns out that the knights are in danger. So knight e1 was played. Right, but it's totally winning for white, of course. It looks very nice, yeah, to have to make such a move, but it's already means that it is a disaster.
Yeah, it was a blunder here.
Yeah,
Or
knight c2 d3 is the.
Oh, after e3 you can even
E3,
say
yeah.
Knight with knight d2.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to say goodbye to one of the knights.
One of
Because if
your
you take on
horses.
b2, then I'll just take on c2 and the next move. Alright, if bishop takes on e5, I'll just exchange it and now take the pawn. So actually it's hopeless for black, but still good try. The best she can do. Maybe rook d1 can be played, e4 and even knight g5, just to bring the queen to play and then create the passed pawn, and it should be winning for white.
Yeah, the next game we can take a look at this Sarah, this end game.
Beneath?
No, the next to it. Sarah plays against
Yeah.
against Alexandra Goryachkina. And we have an end game here.
Okay, what happens if I take and play knight f5? That would mean that bishop d7. That's the point. That's why you just cannot try to take that pawn. And actually, of course, the pawn endgame is hopeless for black, because after king c6, even king e6 is winning, but also a4, and after b5, just stay calm and eat pierogi. So now I'm just winning with white, but here, of course, I don't want to trade the knight for the bishop. Bishop d3. I believe that even b5, b4 should be enough. You cannot allow white king to go some g5, g6 here, and somehow just go to that queen side. But I believe it will end up in a draw. Because even I can try to play b5, and after b4. It might be dangerous for white already.
Yeah, the knight will jump on c4, attack on a3 pawn. And if you grab that knight with bishop, then I will take d takes c4. I will have connected pass pawn, and the d4 pawn will be a weakness.
So actually b5 might be a very nice move. So I want to play b4 if needed, or maybe a4 as well, and then knight c4. It's now I can try to play knight c4. a4 actually was played. I believe b5 is better, because now, for example, if white waits, then I can try to jump here. And if you go that position, for sure I'm not losing with black. And we should just try, take a look whether I can even try to win, right?
Yeah,
With
and
some
go on.
tactics.
think
So
you're
that's why,
winning.
yeah. So that's why AB has to be played.
Uh-huh.
C3, BC, A4. Now you're in the square,
In the
right?
square.
So no tricks like that goes, but here King C and C3 and should be draw. So here in that position, I don't like before A4, to be honest, but here after B5 here and Knight C4, what happens after taking
There's a
here?
possibility to take with a pawn as well.
Uh,
B
dif-
pawn.
yeah, but then King G5 and I'm winning the pawn end game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
going somewhere. And after DC, King here, and what happens after B4? It's a good question. Because if I take then C3, of course, I believe it will end up in a draw, because now you cannot take on C3, because after A3 you are not in a square. So King D3, CB, King C2, A3, and now B5. And both kings cannot make it. Black king cannot cross the 5th line, and the white king cannot capture the pawn on A3. So I believe that after knight C4, that maybe I can play king F6 if I don't want to calculate. Very nice endgame.
Yeah, indeed. So the game, even though there are a few pieces on the board, they are still fighting. You can see on the face of both players. We have interesting comment. I like that comment in our chat, YouTube chat. Granke Chess wrote that it is a nice studio. Thank you very much. We
really appreciate such
words.
words.
Like that, and if you would like to have the tournament, which they have amazing tournament.
Yeah,
that's
Renko
everybody knows about that. We just can have it here.
It's not a problem for us to prepare it for you.
Not a problem at all. Yeah,
so
I want to suggest you the game Muzchuk Maria and Arabidze Mary. I think the colors are
yes,
the
okay,
opposite.
but just give me a moment to check what's going on, because now Goryachkina is forced to take on C4, and she did. And for example, after DC, it might be quite funny story.
I think that's okay, because King D2, King C3 is
yeah,
on
you cannot go here because of King D5. But after King D2, King here, I believe it will end up in a draw actually. Here, C3, BC, King C3, and King A4, King C4.
The king is on the right place.
Yeah.
Another comment. Nice presentators. Thank you so much.
I did my best, my barber as well.
Unfortunately, this is the final day for this tournament, and I really enjoy it. So amazing. I also enjoyed the Blitz competition, which just ended.
The European Championship online.
Was it yesterday?
2 days ago.
I lost the track of time.
Yeah.
And we hopefully have more events next year.
Yeah.
I hope with the combination of over the board chess tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So what else?
Yeah, my suggestion was Maria Muzchuk and Mary Arapidze, but that game already ended. That's why we cannot find it. And
so this line is going on just as we predicted, C3, and it will be a draw, of course. So what about that position?
Nice.
Dinara Dorjeva against Alexandra Maltsevskaya. So two women grandmasters, Gambit Volgograd against Yugra team. And I believe white is, of course, having much better chances to win because she's pawn up, which is quite obvious.
Yeah. I've heard that knight endgame is very similar to pawn endgame.
It's just a saying, to be honest. As I told you, I lost 4 against 3 in the knight endgame, and if it was a pawn endgame, I would win easily. So it's not true.
But was because of the blunder, or
A severe
you cannot
blunder.
blame the
Of course I
blame
can
the saying,
blame.
old saying, yeah.
Yeah, but still,
Yeah.
I missed
So-
the chance of knight returning and grabbing the pawn in different way that I thought it should go. He took different route and it turns out that I lost actually.
It happens. It happens.
Oh,
Martin, it happens.
but it
to
was like, you
everyone.
know, I felt like a boxer being knocked down heavily. Really, I just was sweating actually, started to sweat because it was such a shock for me actually, yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was horrible. All right, so Anna Kubitskaya is actually winning because she's 4 pawns up against Anita Gara.
Yeah.
So what were the other results in Poland Hazards?
Let me tell you this.
Because Jolanta Zawadzka won her game quite convincingly, easily.
Also, Julia Antolak won the game against
So,
Petra.
Pap, right?
And the game Colon Claudia and Karatisia, it was draw. So
So it will be 3.5 actually.
Poland is Poland won already this
Yeah,
match.
2.5, and she's winning. Anna Kubicka is winning that position as well, because it's totally one position, of course.
So last 2 games in progress. The other results we already have, and we will talk about that later.
But I believe she will win easily that position with white. Alexandra knight g3. Of course, now if without a knight it would be a draw, but now I can just simply collect the pawns with the knight, just like in the game, and I just take knight g4, and it's totally 1 for white, because you cannot grab the pawn on b5 by black, because then I would play just push the pawn. So yeah, she just gave up. And the last game, which will not last very long, I believe, even after rook e1 and then a1, it will be over.
Yeah, or e5 here and rook.
Yeah, everything actually.
Everyone.
She just gave up without 4 pawns. In the end game, you know, nobody would be smart enough to make a draw.
Yeah. Now I suggest you, Marcin, to see the standings after round 6, and then I suggest not to have a break at all, and to check out some nice games of this round. So let's now look at the rank after round 6.
So cross table rest, yes. After round 6, do we have it already?
We
Not
don't
really.
have it already.
We don't really.
Oh.
There is no on chess chess results.
There's not on chess results. How I thought
Yet.
that it would be. Okay.
But okay, what
No worries,
happened?
you can-
But tell me, because we can just assume. Yugra, what did Yugra do in the round number 6?
They lost against Gambit Volgograd.
All right, so Gambit Volgograd and Yugra have the same amount of points, 7. Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo won, as I remember.
So they should be the
yeah,
sole
won.
leader with 9 match points. Schwäbisch Hall.
Oh, they lost. They lost. Oh no, with 4-0
Against
to
whom?
Kiev Chess Federation Greco.
All right, so which was on the last place actually. So actually, you know, many teams have good results actually, because there is no outsider in the tournament. Okay, and Poland Hazards won.
Yeah, that keeps us into the interesting stage of the tournament, because
Yeah.
all the teams are there.
Yes, exactly. And Tremblay en France. What was the result of Tremblay?
Tremblay.
Oui.
I think in the end of the tournament they will complain the way I pronounce.
I believe mine also is not perfect. So
You're trying at least. Who you asked? Wait. They won. They lost 1-3 to old
Odlar Yurdu. So okay, so we have for sure Sekl Deshek de Monte Carlo with 9 points. Match points. Then Yugra team, Poland Hazards. You said Gambit Volgograd to 1, right? Okay, we'll wait for the official results. Come on.
Oh, we have an interview. With Mr. Theodorus Torbatoglu. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, Katie, yes, I can hear you. Hello, how are
Hello,
you?
hello. We are great. We have so nice final games at the Women Club Cup that we cannot be happier. How are you? How's the tournament is going?
Good, a little tired because it happens this weekend and still we have a lot of activities for the European Chess Union. But everything is going very well and we are very satisfied. I'm also watching you. You make a fantastic coverage of the event, as I wrote also through the virtual Monte Carlo.
Thank you, Theodorus. That's the words from General Secretary of YISU. It means a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
So everything is going smoothly, and the technical team arbiters and YISU and yourself, you had double work, if not more, to combine two huge events together: online Blitz Championship and European Women Club Cup. Was it hard?
Yes, this was a pleasant surprise that the last 10 days we had a challenge also to organize this European Blitz through the proposal that came from the city of Katowice. We had already scheduled the Club Cup and we tried to, in a short time, to make a schedule that will be possible for both events, and we will divide our teams so they can run both events. And really, the same time also we had a number of meetings, including our General Assembly on Saturday. So we had to run for different actions simultaneously. But we have very good partners as the city of Katowice, the European Chess TV, the Monaco Chess Club. We have very experienced arbiters and administrators. So they make very good work, and the result is, let's say, really fantastic. We couldn't wait that by the end of the year and with all this work made this year that we will have this end of the year with so many successful actions.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. There were so many events for the players from European chess federations. Really a lot of events during all this, all the year after the pandemic time. It went everything online. Can you tell us if it will be so, we will have over the board and online events side by side in 2021?
This is very possible. We hope and that in 2021 and after May we will resume the European official championship over the board. But of course, nobody can make a forecast under the current situation, the scientific and health situation that at least we are not able to see the future. But we are hoping that after May, especially in the second half, we will have back the European Championship over the board. But the online championship and the hybrid championship came to remain. Of course, in the beginning of the year, we will see more online events, but even when the situation stabilizes and we will go back to normality, I think that the online events, the hybrid events, will remain as part of our annual program, because giving the chances to many players to play, and also giving some new and as I see it from these tournaments, the players start the fair play conditions are improving, and more trust are going through these online competitions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Indeed, I agree with that. Thank you very much, Mr. Theodorus, for joining us and give us some more details.
Yeah, I want just to say only for Katie, before I close, I want to say for this Club Cup that we are running now, that it's really, a spectacular and unpredictable event, because in every round, every team can win the other. So the last round, the last team in the previous standings, that was Kiev, maybe now will play for a medal. We don't know who will be first till the end. So this is very interesting. There are very strong teams, and everything depending from the performance of the players in each match. Until the end, there will be a lot of interest to who will manage to win the event and take the rest medals.
Yes, indeed. I agree with that. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll go back to the.
Thank you very much, Katie.
Yes. And yes, bye for now, because tomorrow we will have a closing ceremony.
Yeah, exactly.
And Mr. Theodoros will be, of course, there with other participants and the winners and the teams. We have the standings after round 6, so let's take a look and let's see who has chances for medals.
So I can.
It's a silence.
Yeah.
It's a silence. Okay.
All right. So here we have. So once more, Circle de Chèque de Monte Carlo is leading, sole leader with 9 points, match points. Then 3 teams with 7 points. So Jugra, Poland Hazels, and Gambit Volgograd. So 2 Russian and 1 Polish team. And after that, Odlar Yurdu has 6 points, match points. 2 teams from Kiev and Clichy have, and also Schwäbisch Hall and Tremblay-en-France have 5 match points. And as far as for now, Hello Shack has 4 match points. So a lot can still be changed in the cross table. So it's not that easy. I was trying to find some interesting games. I believe I have found one.
Okay.
Where Pia Kramling was playing against Alexandra Kosteniuk. So yeah,
this one.
Yeah, this one. Why is it interesting from my point of view? Sometimes you have just to agree that you just missed your chance, and just to agree that, all right, maybe there should be a draw, right? So let's take a look from that position. The queens were traded. And now the bishop d6, the king went on e4, so it's very nicely placed here. In a moment it will go there, right? And now rook e5, king f4, rook d5, and king e4. So it was the sort of proposal of making a draw, because of course you cannot take on d4 now, because there will be a check on d8, king c4, and b5. And the only way to protect the rook is to play here, and after rook c5 you cannot protect both rooks. After king d2, rook d3, take, and after king b4 I will just simply take the rook on c1. So actually black should have repeat, because now the rook on c1 is not hanging, and after such a position of course you cannot take on f5 due to gf on overcheck, and I just win with e7. So that's why rook d8 had to be played, king c3, rook c5, and if you take on f5 then g6 is coming, and in such a position to stop the pawn you have to place the rook here, and after king f5 white should be easily winning. After c5, for example, let's take a look a little bit longer here, and even king f6 should be enough just to play king f7 in the next move and just win the rook with rook up, because the pawns are not so.
Unfortunately, the bad thing about online chess is that you cannot calculate too much, because somehow it works different way. And also the time control is shortened.
Yeah, exactly.
And you cannot really sit comfortably, put your hand
Yeah,
on your
exactly.
head and calculate everything. So sometimes you are missing moves like that.
Yeah, that's why black just resigned, because after king f8, white would even simply take on b7. And with those two pawns and the king should go to g5, f6, and white would win easily. So sometimes you cannot be too ambitious.
Yeah.
I know it's, it was Alexandra Kosteniuk playing with black, so she wanted to win, but still.
Yeah.
Uh,
We have pairings in the round 7, so let's take a look, and we can take a look to the other games then.
Okay, so what do we have at team composition of round number 7?
So Gambit Volgograd, who is one of the leaders, will play against Poland Hazards, and then we have.
So both of them have 7 points.
Help me, Marcin.
Schwäbisch Hall.
I think I have to write down the name in Georgian letters. So
Yeah, it would be easier. Schwäbisch
I'll do
Hall,
that in the next.
Schachklub Schwäbisch Hall against Jugra team. Then Clichy Eszek against Kiev Chess Federation Greco. Odlar Yurdu against Cercle d'Eshek de Monte Carlo. And Hello Shak against Chambéry and France.
So they are starting at any minute because we have already games prepared. If we have some time, maybe we can take a look at the game of Mosechuk that I was really obsessed to show.
With the game, you mean?
Yeah, what else?
With the player.
Oh,
Why not? Come on.
no.
You told me about the follower of yours that was so, writing a lot of time, so you can have such a person.
What?
You were talking about a person who was writing to you all the time. A follower. So
that was so funny. I just remembered it.
Yes.
So he was one of the European Chess Championship. That's the game, European Chess Championship. And there was a person, I have no idea who is the person, he created, 1,000 profiles, accounts on Twitch, and he was with always with the name of me there. I don't know what name, like Hello Katy, or Katy H4, or Katy Gambit. It was so funny, I couldn't stop laughing. Like, at some point, I just lost control on myself, and he was just writing. I think it was one person, or maybe it was some group of the people who was trolling. I don't know.
Maybe.
Really funny.
All right. So what happened in the game here?
Yeah, let's see it.
Rook A2. I see the rook on H1 is just not out of play totally. The pair of bishops is so inactive, then it's almost impossible to say that they are pair of bishops. Oh, very nice.
all the pieces on the first round.
Yeah.
That's not always happening. in
But
chess.
knight and the queen, right? So
It's better to be those pieces on first rank
yeah,
rather than
queen here and rook f2. Very, very, very nice attack by black. To be honest, just like the proper way of dealing with such a position. Almost all my pieces are attacking, so there should be something. There must be something in that position. So the fireworks come, and here g4 is a good attempt, because if not, I'll take just on e2 with the rook, and I will win g4. And now, all in all, it turns out that there is a threat of giving a rook g2 mate.
Yeah.
The king is safe. That's the most important. All right.
yeah.
Did they
See
start?
why I wanted to show that.
Yeah, it was a good.
really
Yeah,
nice.
it is a good example. Yeah, you're right, as always.
So we are waiting at any moment that the games will start. Maybe we can take a look at the Zoom and check out the players.
Yeah.
Here we have the players are getting ready.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
Some
putting
of
their
them-
hairstyle.
that's how we get ready. So they will start at any minute, I think.
In
maybe
1
some
minute.
second.
Yeah, I believe at
Yeah,
4
at 4.
CET.
So we have more rounds to go. It is round 7. We're gonna have 8 and 9 rounds, and anything can happen. Anything can happen.
I believe this match between Clichy Eszek and Kiev Chess Federation will be very interesting. Also,
Yeah.
actually, all of them are very interesting, because as you can see, we don't have the outsider, and even if the Monte Carlo team wins, then they have also lost some points. So they are
Yeah.
their average elo is the highest one, but still they have to fight for the gold medal.
Yeah, you
Nobody
can
will
see
give
the-
it for free.
Yeah, true. You can see the photos from from the major events of European Chess Union, and you can also see most of them are the photos of happy team of Monte Carlo. For example, this is the team Nona, who won a European Club Cup in 2019. If I'm not correct, please correct me. And this is the team Monaco,
Yeah.
and this is the banner from European Chess Club Cup 2018 from Halkidiki, Greece. This is really nice place for over-the-board chess. And Anna Muzichuk, one of the participant of Monte Carlo team, but member of Monte Carlo team, but now she plays for her hometown. And this is, we have Georgian vodka.
No.
Really strong one. Don't try that. Don't try that. If
Chaka?
you are alone. And here
Chacha
we-
or what's
Chacha, yeah.
Chacha?
And
Right.
this is also the happy team. They're always happy. Something is magical.
All right,
is
so
there.
they have already started the games. In a moment, we'll show them to you. So let's maybe look at the. Which match would you like us to watch?
I think the leaders for sure, and those
Against
are
Odlar Jurdu, yeah?
Monte Carlo. We're just getting news. As I know, arbiters are starting the games manually.
Yep. So this is because sometimes somebody may be a little bit late or maybe some technical issues, so that's why the arbiters have to start the
Yeah.
game.
And since my childhood, this phrase is just stuck in my head. Arbiters, please start the clocks.
Yeah.
I think that's happening in this.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I played my first tournament, I was outside of Georgia. I was 8 years old, and I didn't know English. I knew
Right.
some basic words, but I learned that whole phrase. Arbiters, please
Yeah, just
start the
like me in
clocks.
Czech actually. Only few words I know, and most of them are connected with the menu from the restaurants. Because I like to eat, as you
Yeah.
can see, but also from the tournaments as well. These phrases that everybody
Yes.
at the end of the tournament say, or the organizers, or before to the players. So right, let's take a look at the game of Mamajada against Goryachkina. So e4, c6, Caro-Kann defense with knight c3. So the main knight f6. So one of the most popular ef. And knight e2 setup, right? Bishop c4. So it's a little bit different than it was. Not h5, but that line. And now white is trying to push f5 just to take care, let's say, over the knight. But the bishop, I can simply come back on b3, and still the f5 is hanging. So
What
f5.
would be
yeah.
what would be the best choice for black, to push f5 or to push h6? And
Both are not very well placed. Bishop, they end up with the bishop plays on g6 really poorly. But I believe f5 is better, because if h6 then f5, and you just cannot go anywhere here. That's why f5 actually was played. And the whole thing is that black would try to go with the knight on e4, and white will play bishop d3, queen here, and queen c2. So I will just take a pawn, grab a pawn. What happens? I don't really understand. I believe I can do it.
grab the pawn, grab the pawn.
Who would get the grab pawns?
Yeah, that's I think. Oh, f5 is on the board.
Yeah,
I
f5
thought
is on
she
the
would
board.
play something else then, but we will see that maybe on the board.
But bishop d3 and just take a pawn. I believe it's okay. All right, so let's take a look at the second board from the same match.
Yeah, Nana Zagnidze is playing against Golnar Mamedova. And it was one c45 English.
English opening, right? But not with the fianchetto bishop by white. So rather the Sicilian reversed. But after d5, I believe it's very interesting position. Because now we have the Isolani, but black has to do something with the queen now because it's hanging. And of course, I don't like bishop f6 because I just take the bishops and after queen d2 there are some weaknesses I cannot castle short. If I play f6, so also then bishop stinks. Yep, the position of that bishop stinks. All right, let's put it that way. And now it was in the game actually. I can try to calculate knight d5, fg. So to capture the pawn on d4 might be interesting. So maybe white will just go back on d2. And then the bishop does not look very happy here. So it's you know quite an interesting attempt of Nana Dzagnidze.
Yeah, what about the next game? Here we have Balayeva Hanim against Pia Kramnik.
So still, I believe it was the Sicilian, but the Alapin variation with d5. All right. So these are the theory, and now we can see still the Isolani. Black's idea should be to block, to give a blockade on d5 by the minor pieces. And white may one day try to play d5, and because of the fact white has more space, she can try to attack on the king side. Or maybe knight e5, d5 maybe not, but e5, knight g5 is possible, d5 is possible here, bishop g5. It's really, bishop c1 was played, so maybe she wants to put some pressure with queen d3, knight e5. Very interesting position, to be honest. Very complex, as you can see.
Yeah, and we can also see the huge gap between the players' age. The player from Azerbaijan is quite young, and Pia Kramnik is very experienced chess player who used to be #1 rated female chess player, and who is also amazing person, and who is I don't know, huge fan of this game, and he enjoys the game so much. I would like to call your attention to the game of Muzhchuk Mario once again against Alina Kashlinskaya. And please tell me, what is the evaluation in that position?
I believe I will try to at first find... Whoa. Oh, no.
You miss. Yeah, this one.
Right. Okay, let's start from the beginning. French defense. And the classical variation, bishop g5. The line I don't know. c6. Okay, maybe because of c5, d5, right? So c6. Quite a passive setup, but on the other hand, I have the pair of bishops. I will castle long, and then I will one day push c5 just to open the bishop. And maybe I will also try, after casting of course, to put my rooks on the semi-open G and H files, so to put the pressure on those pawns of king side.
Yeah, all the black pieces are well developed and already developed. You know, they are one move behind. Yeah, it's already done.
But she's pawned down.
Yeah, she's pawned down. So the question is it...
Was it Wolf?
I think she has such a great coach at home. I think she knows what she's doing.
Both players are really experienced already, even though they are young.
Natalia Buksa and Natasha Badma is also very, very interesting position. Let's jump in there.
Right. It's from the same match, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So Natasha Ben Mesbah against Natalia Buksa. Alright, what happened in the game? So one more Sicilian, Alapin with knight f6 instead of d5, which was played in Pia Kramling's game. And here black tries to force white to push the pawns in the center and then just make some counterplay over them. White has more space, but still I believe I would just exchange the queens, because I wouldn't be comfortable with that king being attacked by the bishop from e4. The bishop is the other strikes there. Knight may jump to g5 one day. When I move the rook to d1, of course, when I get rid of the queen from d8. But what happened here? Whoa!
Yeah, that's the point. Knight is hanging now, and also d5 knight will be hanging.
So may I try? I was calculating that line, so I cannot. Was probably.
Oh, that I didn't see that was coming. Take
No,
the
but
rook
no, but it will end up without a piece for
and take
black.
another rook maybe.
Oh right, yeah,
Yeah.
as well. So I cannot take the pawn here, bc, and play here, because no, I can.
No, you can't.
Why? c4, then knight c3. Very. Bishop h7, king h8. The queen
No.
is hanging with check.
And that's what was played. Maybe that's just the save of the game.
King f1, rook d8. You will have to take, and black is better. But still, queen c2 is played actually. Yeah, that's the point. Now I wanna play c4, of course, just to take advantage of the pin, and the pawn on h7 is hanging. So how will black solve all the problems? I believe there is no no answer to that question, because she cannot do it, I believe.
There is one thing
Right?
to play on the light squares.
Queen c7 is
Yeah,
on the board.
queen c7.
But what happens after c4? The queen is protected. The knight does not have any square to go.
Oh, c4 is on the board. I think white is winning.
Yeah, I
think
believe
white
the
is winning.
only way of handling that position was b5. Just not to allow c4 to happen. Because now I will just take that knight. Alright, black may try bishop b7, cd, queen takes. Or maybe even at first take on h7, just to show that you are losing. And you don't have a knight, right? So to c4, I believe it's just winning for Natalia.
I think she didn't see that it was coming, so many pieces were hanging. The pawn was hanging on h7.
I believe she thought that was already the hopeless position. That's why she played queen c7, right? But still, as you can see, it is this line, Alapin line, is quite a tricky one.
Yeah, especially for the rapid
Yeah,
games.
exactly. Just
but
like d4, d5, knight c3, we have already seen a lot of.
yeah, I think it's
grandmaster games.
it's as much played as London system.
Yep.
So, another game, very interesting game, is happening between Huang Trang and Gulru Tohinjonova. I just shortened her name. I hope she will not be mad at me.
Torkirionova. All right. So here we are.
The last move, knight b4, was played because knight has no other.
Yeah, but on the other
jump.
hand, it's not that bad. What happened in the game? d4 e6. So I believe that it is quite a nice setup actually. Knight f3, b6, because as far as I know, after c4, b6, e4, and then e4, bishop b7, f3 is quite an interesting attempt for white. And with that knight on f3.
Although there is very interesting variation, bishop f4, bishop e4, f, e, and knight queen h4.
Yeah, okay. I don't know
King
that
d2
here.
and queen e4. That's very interesting and sharp.
Theory, right? It's the
Ah,
theory, or?
some playable lines.
All right, but
Mm,
now,
please.
of course, white to control over the center. And what happens here is that we have the French defense with the bishop on b7, which is also not very not very well. On the other hand, black wants to
I think that bishop is better on d7.
right. I believe so
Then there
too.
is some ideas to push f6
On knight b4, let's take a look. White actually has to take, because if not, the knight will jump on d3. cb ab. Maybe white should try knight to d2. So after ba, knight b1, just to leap on c3. White is still thinking in that position.
Meanwhile, we can go to the game of Balayeva and Kramnik Pia. It's something very interesting is happening there.
All right. So
This is the match between Monte Carlo and Old Lar Yurtu.
all right. So third board. Oh, here it is! Yay! All right. I believe we have stopped somewhere a little bit farther. Rook, bishop c1 was the last position we saw. Rook to e8, just to not to allow to d5, because then knight e4, take. Black, of course, had to play f5, because after bishop f6, queen h6 is coming and it's winning. Bishop went to a2 just to attack the pawn on e6, and black knight a5. Of course, white has a pair of bishops, but the Arzolani. And the thing is that I want to play bishop d5, just to maybe to exchange the light squared bishops, because here I have the weakness, and I would like to get rid of it. And of course, actually I didn't have any other plan. There was a threat of d5 already, or maybe not here specifically, but still not very pleasant future. And knight a5. If I somehow manage to go with the knight on c4, maybe. All right. Queen to d7 most probably will come back. And oh, but there is queen f6. Oh, I wouldn't like to have such a thing. There is a threat of bishop e5. The activity of white bishop, right? So even after knight c4, bishop c4, rook c4, and bishop e5 is coming. And if black tries to queen d7 play it, actually no, queen e7 is not possible, almost, because I can even try to take and take on e6, and just to take a quality. Now rook e6 is also possible. So very bad position of Pia Kramnik. She got rid of the bishop of the dark squared bishop, and the dark squares near the king are really weak. So queen d7, bishop e5, queen f6 then, right? At first, queen f6. Because if bishop e5, then I still have some chances of the knight c6, just to take the bishop on e5. And after queen f6, with the idea of taking on e6, and of bishop e5, queen c6, so the only move, and I don't believe in that position. I can play f3 or d5. It's not winning on a spot yet, because of the bishop d5 I can simply take and take advantage over the weak first line rank. So f3 was played, knight c4 only moves. But is it enough for black? Maybe queen, I'll play just queen f6. What will happen
I
then?
know what is your idea. I know, to take on c4 and to play bishop e7, e5, and
mate.
Leave me with no chance.
All right, that's
So
that's
tricky.
my
So
tricky plan.
tricky.
But still, so after queen f6, but I don't see any chance of yours to deal with that.
The thing is that maybe black will try to trade some pieces with rook f8 here.
All right.
Queen takes, rook takes. Let's say
Don't
bishop.
take on b2.
What?
Don't take on b2.
No way I would take this bishop d5.
Because then you use rook
Yeah,
g6 here
a
and
Ugly
here.
checkmates here. Yeah.
Nice checkmate, not ugly.
Bishop d5. What's your point? I can take and knight f6.
Ah, knight f7. Okay, I wanted to be knight.
trick me.
Yeah, to trick you.
So here. Yeah, I think that's the way how black should play.
But
To
still,
get rid
it's-
at least the mating
yeah,
threats.
exactly. But still, I believe it's not good for black. All right, let's switch to other games maybe. So
Do you want my suggestion?
yes,
All right, let's take a look at the game of Arabidze and Badelka.
Arabidze and Badelka. Oh, so funny. So okay, Schwäbisch Hall against Jugra team. Where is it? Yes, I see it. Yay!
So we have here extra pawn
How
for
did
white.
it come? Bishop g5 and knight g4. All right, and I just take pawn a7. Okay. Actually, I believe it's a winning position for white because one day I play a e4, for example.
H6 was played, so you mean e4?
Yep, e3 was played. So
E3 was played.
also it's just a calmer way of the same idea.
White's shaking the board. What is the problem? Maybe. Yeah, fixed it.
Oh.
So e3 was played, and you want to say that here white has more chances here to win than black has chances to draw.
Yeah, bishop f1 will go.
Yeah, maybe at some point h4 just to have some space for the king.
I believe I don't need it actually. The king is quite safe. I will play bishop f1 just to secure the knight on b5, just to take it back with the bishop if needed. And after bishop f1 I can play queen c3. So I believe it's really cool for white.
Yeah. All right. Let's leave this
I thought
game.
you have found something with fireworks and so on.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
like here.
Yeah, I just found it. So here we have in the game of Bayakova Nova and Karina Bertsomova. Karina always has some disbalanced position, and in this case she has an extra exchange, but the king is a little bit open. Can white here convert this sacrifice into something bigger?
Oh.
No? Because black stands quite well, yeah?
Yeah, I believe it's very solid position now, f6. Of course, it's against knight g5, also with the idea of queen g7, just like you mentioned. Even if I go with the knight on e4, queen g7. On the other hand, it's the exchange for 2 pawns. So it's not that easy. Maybe queen h7 was not possible because of knight f6.
If we have some material advantage with 2 pawns, maybe we can go to the end game and to try here activate the pieces, because these 2 pieces, knight and bishop, are not working.
All right, I will just
How do you think about this?
come back with the bishop on f7.
You are giving me the pawn. Wait, not that easy. No.
I tried
Knight h4 first.
try it to be poison.
Not
Knight
now.
h4. Yes, exactly. Here the bishop is starting to play. If only I had a chance to improve the position of the rooks, just to put them on d file, it would be okay. But
yeah, you would not believe what is happening. White played knight g5. She is sacrificing more pieces. What is going on, really? So after taking on fg5, knight d5 is the one that
No, I believe
Gives my
it's
attention.
not the point. I believe she wants to give a check on g6. And
King H.
8 and draw.
No, I can play Queen H7.
Yeah, but then I will take
uh-huh.
on e6, and the pawns e5, g5 are quite weak.
Yeah, that's better version.
And queen g7. So
So she's going for maybe draw here with this knight g5. I
Yes.
really like this position to play with 3 pieces, you know.
Yeah. So I believe it was worth to do it actually. By white, not to knight g5, but to play knight e4, just like you gave a move of knight e4. So I believe that knight g5 is not the best choice actually. Now I can make a draw already, I believe. Yeah, queen g6 played. So fg, queen g6. So maybe she was afraid of that position, to be honest. And actually it was a mistake. Because if now black is too ambitious, then after, for example, such a position, she's much worse, right? The knight will jump somewhere here, take one of the pawns, so it's not worth to do it. She should agree to a draw in that position. Because after king h8, I don't know, knight e4, then bishop f5, so it would be too much. White also cannot expect the position to collapse with black because too many pieces are helping the king.
Yeah. So far we have only one result. Seems like it's it's really tense around. And let's move to the next game maybe, and that can be
Right. Which one?
Nandita against Papetra. And this is the match between HelloShack and Tremblay and France. There we have, yeah.
So black was preparing herself to play f5 one day, so it was sort of the London line. And now f6, e5, she wants to have a good center, pawn center. And so before is against it. Of course black does not want to exchange the dark squared bishops, because then she would have only weakness on c6 and a6. Even after b4. So bishop h6, king f7, rook to d1, knight c4. Whoa, very unpleasant move.
Yeah.
Knight is attacking almost everything. There is a threat of rook. Yeah, that's why that was the trap, rook d1, right?
Yeah, it was a trap.
But how to deal with that? That's the question. What should black do then? King e6?
Yeah, knight comes anyway on c4.
Because now check, and here then rook g6, so you're right. And now of course white stands much better, actually she has the winning position. So, but still very nice tactical attempt.
Yeah,
E4.
I like it.
Whoa. Look at those pawns. All of them are on light squares. f4. Nice tactics. Even though the material is limited, there are still many resources to have tactics. Bishop e7 will be played, and maybe then c5. So I don't know whether f4 was so... It was, massive, but I don't know whether it was correct. Bishop f6 actually played. And how about rook d2?
e3.
e3, right. So maybe I'll prepare...
king f2, king e3 first, and then...
Yeah, king e3. Yeah, but on the other hand, rook d5, so...
Okay.
Because I wanted to give a mate. Alright, after rook d2, here I just play rook d7.
Okay.
But of course, you may
See
try to
what
play
you
rook
want.
d5, but then rook c6.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I believe rook d2 is the proper move to be done, because then I will create some mating net because of the king on g8. So rook d2, for example, and rook b8, and king f1, just to catch the pawn.
Yeah, that game between Abarsumova and Kovanova ended in a draw. They had perpetual check for sure. We can meanwhile jump to the next game, and this is Mammadova versus Nana Dzagnidzhe. Very interesting and very complicated position. Seriously, what is wrong with this?
I know.
Like, it's something like, I don't want to work today. I don't want to work today.
Sometimes, you know, the computer does not want. You already told me she's a woman, so sometimes, you know, she has her behavior and you have to accept it as a man.
What does that mean?
Truth.
I'll complain.
I give you a truth.
Don't worry, girls. I'll take care of it at the break. I will work on it. So what is here?
Very nice outpost of very nice. So g4 I don't like actually. Okay, the problem is that I have some problems with f5 square, and black is suffering. But on the other hand, she has a pawn, so it was, you know, something for something. But here it turns out she does not have a pawn, and still there is some problems with the pawn on h7, and the problem of black is that the first rank is quite weak, but the knight may always leap back on f1 to protect the king, so it's not that dangerous. So no knight b5 or knight e6,
For
right?
example, now I think knight e4 is a threat to cut the diagonal for queen. And in that case, let's like some silly move like a4 or something. Oh, not that, it's not silly. You just ruined all my ideas. Knight e4, and after knight e2, you'll be checkmated.
Oh, thank you. You gave me a great hint, actually. Because now, after king h1, you found a very nice thing. So let's make a stupid move a4, and then what happens after that? You are checkmated.
That's how we punish people who say it's wrong about cards. So after this king f1, there's knight c1 trick.
Yeah, and queen d1 in the next move.
So that was an idea.
So knight e4 does not work.
In the game, it was rook c8. And queen took another pawn. Queen is really greedy here. No, it took the pawn. She took pawn on b6.
Awesome. Yeah, quite a good idea. Knight f5. So now I can even try to take one more pawn somehow. No, knight f5. If I exchange it and then I just play rook a e1, it should be also quite cool for white. That's why I wanted to take control over f4 square, not to, you know, eat some strange pawns. And now queen g4 is coming as well. So I like more attack, not just, you know.
I think Gulnar Mammadova is playing without mouse. She's playing with the touchpad, is it the name?
Yep.
Oh my god. You risk, girl, with that.
Yeah, especially
in
inside note, right?
Yeah, because I used
travels.
to play with that. I said earlier that it was some difficulties to purchase the mouse for some time. And I had to play very strong tournament with...
touchpad?
Yeah, qualification tournament. So if you lose a game, you will not have another chance.
Yeah.
And yeah,
luckily I have the touch screen, so it's easier then.
Yeah, but the thing is that when you want to play with rook or bishop on long distance, the rook drops at some point. Even in
Always
the,
like
yeah.
that.
Oh my god, it was so crazy. So
But
after
what
that, I
happened
had a
in
mouse.
in the game? Take a look what happened. No,
No,
it's
we lost
already
it.
it's already finished
lost
because she was mated on
Who was
G7.
mated? Ah,
Black.
Okay, we can see that. We can see that.
Right.
Let's see that. She was baited, so I'm checking for the mates on G7.
On G7, yeah. So we
So
are not.
after knight f4 was the last move, which knight f5 was the last.
Yes, rook a7, and it was a mistake for sure because then she went to 7th rank, and there was no hope already. So of course there is the threat of queen b7, but still I have enough time to react. Rook b8 is just losing move in one.
I'm not sure you have enough. How can you defend?
Knight
This-
g3 and then queen g6 if needed. Knight h4.
How about after knight g3? No, okay, yeah, that's true.
You don't have. She forced her to play queen c7, right?
Yeah.
So still, here you have time. I don't say you stand. Black is okay in that setup, right? But still, you don't have to be mated immediately. All right. So what? We have only one game left.
No.
I once more click something. Oh, that's
Okay
the
now.
point. All right. All right. So not many games left. Jolanta Zawadzka playing black against Valentina Gunina. So what happened in the game? Oh, I hate to play such a position with black, to be honest, because it's a risk-free position for white, and with black you suffer a lot. Here, yeah, the activity of pieces is totally different, and now I believe that after f4 is still very unpleasant. I can just try to go here. Then I'll always take the pawn on a7, right? Here we have on the board knight f8. King e2. White should be winning because the knight is pinned, and I cannot do anything against it. Because now white wants just to take the pawn. No, king f3 was played alright, the same idea. And the thing is that if I try to go, then the king is stopping the pawn from d3, and e6, e7 is coming. So g5 actually was played, but now e6, oh, it's already lost. And now knight a5, right? Very, very nice play of white. You can learn from it how to improve your position in such setups and how to win.
Yeah, with a short, limited time on the clock.
Yeah, especially. Okay, so Yulia Antola is playing one more crazy game against Nurgul Salimova. What happened in that game? Because she was pawned down, and somehow she took one pawn, and the next. Oh, right. So I must say that Nurgul Salimova is very likely to fight for a win at any cost. So they are running out of time. So c4, the pawn is just trying to go as quick as possible. f4. Oh. ef, bishop d4, fe, bishop e3, maybe
not
king
king.
e3,
Yeah.
bishop e5. I have pawns on different. Oh, she tricked her. Knight f5, fe, and here,
Oi.
and it's just winning for black.
Julia always tasks like this.
Yeah,
Like
tactics.
in the end, she's making the traps.
Yeah, yeah, and maybe it's a good idea actually.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, she's winning. What else do we have? Olga Giria playing against.
Actually, we already have some of the results in 3 teams. 6 teams has already have new points, and we have last 2 games on progress in the same team.
But see, F3, very nice. You cannot, if you take the rook, and actually you have to, then F2 is coming, and you cannot stop the pawn from promotion. So quite
Yeah, White has to play that endgame with rook and king versus queen.
And I believe if the pawn, if your king is, for example, on b2, you have to have the pawn on those squares. Rook and pawn on those squares, and the king in the proper place to make a draw.
Aha.
That one, even
It's
if
out.
the king is a3 and rook stands on c5 and the king of black on b6, it's lost. And on those squares, I don't remember about them, those squares, but those squares for sure are drawn. So of course, staying on b4, it's totally different because the king is far away from the pawn, so we'll probably have some different story. It should be winning. It is one for black for sure, but of course it will take a lot of time to do it. It's much easier to try to attempt to win than to defend in such a position for sure.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, okay. And
in
now
the other game, I think this will end quite soon, as black has an extra material, huge material.
yeah,
and it's just
h2.
winning.
Yeah, Olga Giria already won the game. So king c6. I believe king a4 was also the possibility, just to go with the king. You cannot push the pawn on b5 because then it will be eaten. And in that position, actually, king should go that way, not from c6 somewhere, because then
and to approach rook and the king from the back.
Yeah, of course. Just to force to give away the pawn, and then just then to win the position of queen versus rook, which I believe is quite easy when you are playing against a human being. When playing against computer, it's still not that easy, because
So
then
yeah.
it can calculate
It's good
for
that
20 moves, for example, right?
It's Olga Badelka, not computer, right?
Yeah.
And here we have to
nice attempt, king d3. So maybe you wanna take it. How about it? Of course, queen d1 is coming, and now
I'll
she
take
should
it.
be winning. Yeah, she
we
should
have
be winning.
we have to count the moves or not? Not necessarily.
No, because I will just take the
King c3.
yeah.
And queen
out
c1
now 50 moves, right? So a lot of time. And that's all in one move actually. Queen f4 and that's all.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's why, against a human being it's very hard to defend. But winning with against the computer is already not that easy. But still, as you can see, it is one of the motives in that sort of.
So we have this round ended as well. And
I must say it's going very fast.
It was so tragedy here on some boards. It was some blunders we had.
Yeah,
some
a lot of
blunders,
stories. Yeah.
Also mating blunders were there. So I believe that we don't have the final results, but let's check.
We have actually, but,
We have?
but not on chess results. So Cercle de Chèque de Monte Carlo has 11 points, so they won the match. Jugra team has 9 points, match points, and then Poland Hussars against Gambit Volgograd.
This
and
is after 6 or after 7?
After 7, I believe.
Oh, so we have it. We have it on the screen. Okay.
All right, already, yeah.
All right. So we have 2 teams sharing 3rd and 4th place. This is Poland Hussars and beat Volgograd, and then we have Kiev Greco with 7 points, 2 teams with 6 points, that's Older Yurdu and Hello Shack, and then we have 5 teams sharing last 3 places, but anything can happen in the last 2 rounds.
As you can see on the screen that 3 teams are sharing the last place, so there are no outsiders at all.
Yeah, yeah.
So they have 5 points, and the third team has 8 points, so match points. So the difference is really not that big.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I believe that Poland Hozas and Gambit Volgograd have great opportunity to win the bronze medals,
yep.
as Poland Hozas will play against 2 last teams. But as I already told you, that the difference between the teams is not that big.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So even though they are playing against 2 last teams,
the
as for now,
yeah, they are quite strong.
Schwäbisch Hall and Camden Enfants.
I think, Marcin, we can take a short break before the next round. Let's
Number
get
8,
some energy for it, and we have to talk to you. And we will come back with the players together. We will come and we will start to analyze last 2 rounds.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's still something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because I couldn't do it.
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. But d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously, because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
We are back, and this is European Women Club Cup. I'm Katie, this is Martin, and we're having the last rounds of the event. So everything is very, very complicated. We have fire on the boards, so it's time to take a look at the chess.
Exactly. Last but one
game,
round.
because
8.
it is very interesting situations in some of the boards. Let's take a look at this board, and this is the game between Anita Gara and Nana Dzagnidze. White just castled on short side, and black is one move away to castle right now. So how about castle? The d pawn is hanging, though. Take.
How about taking on d4 and then taking on c2?
C2. Yeah.
It's tempting, you know.
Yeah.
But rook f7 is coming, and it's smashing that position because the rook on a8 and the bishop on c8
Yeah,
are
they're
out
not
of play,
played.
right?
And it will take
I
ages to play.
can even consider in that position to take on f7 immediately. Look, because you want some fireworks, and then you don't listen.
I know.
And now the king should maybe king g6 because of the king e8, queen d6 is coming. Also, of course, it's not mandatory for white to do it, right? But still, I believe it should be winning on the spot somehow.
Yeah, with
But
h4.
quite risky,
With h4. With h4, it's.
h4, okay, queen d2 maybe. Okay, it's
Yeah.
I don't have to do it, so maybe it would be too much. But after rook f7, rook f1, it's too white is too active. On what is more, the material is even, so it would be too much. That's why d6 was played, very clever move by Nana Dzagnidze, because she wants to develop the bishop, right, and to go, for example, e6.
Yeah,
And
not to be too greedy.
I cannot take on
To take pawns.
c5 because then I'll just simply take on e5, and even bishop f7 is not possible because of queen d8, rook f8.
Martin, there's a comment. I didn't know Martin as a player. He seems quite good.
Who?
It's about
Oh.
you. It's about you. It's about you.
Thank you very much. I do my best.
I also call Martin you sometimes, and then it's like, no, it's Martin.
Yeah, it's in German actually. In Czech, it would be Martin, but in Polish it's with ci, which is ch. It's it's used in Polish actually. All right, so maybe the first board.
The first board of the both teams.
Yeah, the first
We
board.
check the names of the teams. This is Monte Carlo and Hello Shack.
Hello, Shaq. And knight h3. So what black wanted to create a stone wall with d5, just to limit the bishop. And knight h3 is quite a nice attempt because after d5, the knight may go that way. Knight f4, knight f3, knight d3, and that one here, and go to e5 square. And of course, that bishop will be quite weak. That's why d6 was played.
And black chose the different setup for the Dutch opening.
Yeah, but
which
now I
is-
have the e4 square
Yeah,
very
yeah.
nicely played by white. I believe it's quite tense position, to be honest. I can go to c7 if needed, but the problem of black in that position, I would say, is that how should I proceed? Maybe bishop c7 with the idea of knight c5, right? Then I should go to d3, for example, because now after knight f3 I don't see the way to develop that position, to improve it. And it's very not very nice situation when you don't know what to do actually. Of course you can try to push e4, knight d4 and bishop h7, but I believe that after knight e4 some tactics may work. So it's not that easy. So we see both players on the screen now.
Yeah, we see both players on the screen.
Bishop d3 played, so against this pawn on c4. Interesting attempt.
I can go for b4 c5 here.
All right, before bishop c7.
C5.
C5. How about e4 now?
And after e4, I can jump to d4.
All right. I wanna go here, but maybe at first here.
Okay, if bishop comes on e5.
No, knight comes on e5 at first.
Knight. If knight comes on e5, then I can play. Bishop
Watch
f4 to pin.
G5.
Yes, and now I can play bishop e3.
Okay, I'm quite satisfied with that position with black. And what is more important, you cannot grab the pawn, right? Because of knight e4, bishop e4, rook e4, and knight f3 check.
Yeah, very unpleasant.
Which was actually prepared by me. It was so funny and so clever.
Very clever, very clever, yes. So hard to plan.
Yeah, to predict. No, not
Bishop
on their
d3
level,
is
of course.
on the board.
Yeah.
We have this, and
so maybe before c5 might be played, but still.
It's black who is creating problems for white
because
of the activity.
Right, and also, for example, after bishop f1, I can try to take and put some pressure on e-file as well. So quite an interesting position. Okay, so if we check this match, let's go to the third board.
Oh, we have one result already. We have already one result. Let
Elizabeth Petz against, so it is fourth. Actually, it's the fourth board from that match.
We have to take a look at this too after this one, okay?
Yeah, exactly. So Monika Sochko is playing black against Titia Gara. So she tried after g3 to play knight c6 to play e5. So after bishop g2, e5. So after d4 now we have the Chigorin setup. So very aggressive, as you can see, with black. But still white wants to go to e5. Very nice maneuver of knight. To go to d3 to e5 then, right? So, but actually it was exchanged, so no problems at all for black. Of course I cannot take a pawn because of rook f to b8. That's why a5 was played, and in that position I believe still you cannot take it because of rook here.
Yeah, this
and if
this
c5
pawn is 2
I can even grab
poison.
that. Yeah. Grab that pawn, protect that one, and go with the king to collect the pawn on d6. That's why you cannot be so greedy.
Yep. Yeah, the game that I suggest you to look is already finished, so we have to go to the finished games, and let's see what happened. I already saw what happened, but you have to say it too. Look at this beautiful knights just taking all squares
from the queen.
From the queen, and here too, and queen has no move. And this is the move 19 only. You can actually see it from the beginning quickly.
Yep, exactly. So the London style. So it is the stone wall without this stupid bishop on c1, right?
Yeah.
So that is also an idea of.
So I tried to
I'm chasing the queen.
Oi, black never had a chance to play otherwise.
Knight d7 is the losing move. Knight b7, but nobody would like to have such a knight here, right?
Yeah,
but knight d7, it turns out it's losing immediately with nice, I don't know how to call that letter, but double triangle. Bishop, knight here, here, here.
Yeah.
No, it looks like two triangles combined. A little bit.
Double, yeah. Very beautiful. I love this. I love this.
Yeah, so it's that easy. You can win even against such a
strong player, yeah.
Strong
international master from Hungary, with
45, right?
45 rating.
So okay.
Yeah, let's go back.
To live.
Let's go back
to
the games,
right?
because we have very interesting positions everywhere. For example, in the game of Valentina Gunina and Leila Jawahishvili, white already has huge advantage.
So it should be at the end of the list, somewhere.
Yeah, there on the top. Yeah.
And on right? Okay, that one. Whoa, what happened in that game? Let's take a look. So, double fianchetto. Alright, and now black will suffer on d6 squared. That's why d5 was played, and she would love to have hanging pawns structure, but white does not allow to do it. The bishop on e5. The problem of black is that I wouldn't like to trade the bishops. Dark squared bishops, right? And just after that there is a threat of knight c7. That's why rook e7 and bishop d6, and I took a pawn. So knight b4 actually is a mistake. And then Lela didn't want to say, okay, I was wrong, so after queen b3 I should just come back, but no, but then knight d6 is coming. So knight b4 is simply a mistake. Alright, because now I believe black should have tried even knight e4. Okay, I will exchange the bishops, but then I'll bring my queen to b6. And here it turns out I'm pawn down, and now still the hopeless position. And I cannot hold that pin. That's why a5, because there was a threat of b4. So that's why a5 was played. And the queen cannot control the knight on c5. And so white is just winning. Rook d8, take. I believe it could have been done in a better way, but still, there is no threat. a4 even can be played.
The rook? Okay, the rook is not. Okay.
No, it's not hanging because the king. Actually, the knight on f6 is also hanging. So I believe I can even
why not?
take.
Why not?
And bishop d5.
Yeah, that's I think easiest. Also, rook b5 is a move there, which.
Well,
the idea is to, rook b5, queen c1, and after king g2, I will lose the game.
No, I believe queen f6 is the best chance, because black cannot hold the pawn on f7, and due to that fact, actually I'm winning on the spot, because the king will be mated in just few moves.
How about queen b1 intermediate check?
Oh, you have queen f5. I hate it when it works that way. I will have to take and play such a position, which of course should be winning.
Yeah.
But is it worth to do it? If I see that there is queen b1, I wouldn't go for that. I would just simply play a4, right?
Oh, bishop d5 was played. I like this move.
Yes. Also, I just.
The thing is that after knight d5.
Now I wanna take it. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight d5.
Rook will take back. Or rook c.
I'm not sure.
So what else?
Rook c8 I was
queen
thinking.
a3, queen b4, and then you will at the end of the day you will have to take it, right?
Oh, here I can queen b1, queen e4.
All right, yeah. You're totally right.
Totally. But after I don't understand what happens after knight d5.
After knight d5 now?
Yeah. And queen b1.
Oh.
Queen e4.
Yeah, rook d1, rook d1.
Ah.
Oof. Finally. Finally found a solution, but it was not that easy, I must say. I must agree. Of course, black will try, queen b1 at first, king to g2, and now most probably she'll take the knight on d5. But now still the rook has to take it, and now queen a2, then rook e5. No, it's just winning for white. Okay, let's take a look at
other games, and I suggest you to take a look at the Yulia Antolak and Gulmira Dawletova, because here white already has so big problems there. Yeah, here we have it.
Yeah, rook is out of play, the bishop is out of play, and the knight is really placed really lovely. and the rook on f3 as well. The pawn on d5 is hanging. It's just white's position is just collapsing. What was the opening? Just check. So Chigorin variation in the Ruy Lopez, and knight d7 is the Zaitsev variation. No, I don't want to guess. Sorry for that, but I don't remember the name. And maybe d5 is too too quick, because after c4 black already may leap with the knights here are on b3, and this regular maneuver is too slow. And if I have to get rid of the bishop of light squared bishop, the position of white is already very bad. So as you can see, very nicely placed by Gulmira Dauletova. She shows that she knows what she's doing actually. Rook f3
Yeah,
and
she knows what she's doing. That's
and
well
that's
said.
actually almost all because of the king g2. Of course, I will not play queen d5 because of e4. But
There's knight f4. I think that's cool.
oh, as well, right? Knight f4 is winning. So as well, but I believe if I were white, black, I would just simply
Yeah, me too.
improve the position e4
give a
and then
chance.
queen f7, queen g6. Put the pressure here on the king. The rook is out of play. The bishop is also okay. He is helping, but come on, it's not enough.
Yeah, okay, f2. At least it takes f2.
E4 was played, but it's the hopeless position. I can even take on g3 and come back.
Yeah,
on
it's on the
f3.
board, king f h2.
Yeah, I can just simply come back. Julia knows that she's losing. She's trying to make some tricks, but it's a
not
hopeless
still the
position.
end game. She's doing the tricks in the end game. How about to check the game Maria Arabidze and Anastasia Bodnaruk?
Okay, it should be at the end, almost at the end.
Yeah, here. Yeah.
Okay. That's odd. So before she wants to sacrifice a pawn for the activity of pieces, but still I believe now no, if I wait
What?
here I protect on this 6, so let's take a look if this variation is okay. It's not okay for white because now black has this big material advantage. Even bishop f8 or rook c4 is enough to have an decisive advantage. Some fireworks were here, but queen c4 was played actually. So now black has actually 2 minor pieces against the rook, which is more than enough there on idea.
Yeah, and the pieces are quite minor pieces are quite active.
Yeah, especially the king is quite weak. Bishop g2, the only attempt. The only thing that white can count on is the pieces, the pawns are on the same side. Well, what happened here I want to see, because I just saw knight f7. Actually, black forced white to take on f7 because nobody would like to retreat on h3. Come on.
At least it's alive.
But knight f7, then most probably bishop e4, bishop e4.
The idea is that it was impossible to capture immediately because of knight d6.
Yep.
Fork.
That's why I suggested to take on e4, right? Because if queen or the king, then knight d6, and the bishop is hanging. Tidun, tudun, tudun. And
Yeah.
then it's collapsing. That's why.
So bishop should take on e4.
Yes, and the bishop will take back, and after queen f7, bishop will take, and play queen to b8.
Wow.
And
I think that's in this case, rook and 2 pawns.
yes, are much better. So most probably she didn't see that move is a mistake already. Knight to b6, because actually I believe. Oh right, there is a problem of knight d6 maybe, but I would play a6, right? Of course, I still believe that white is doing extremely
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
So that position might be already not very
Too bad
pleasant.
for black.
Yeah. Maybe queen b6, but of course I would like to help that king. Because even after queen f3 here and knight to d6, something bad is going to happen to black. It's a pity, but it will. So this is actually quite a nice game because white has sacrificed a pawn in the opening with that b3. It's very known idea. It's very hard to defend that position with black. I can assure you I even lost a game to one international master from Poland last year. It was one of the last games in previous year. It
Previous
was very
life.
yeah, but it was
Life before it.
but still it was very sad for me to have such a position like that, even worse, and just to be smashed. So the initiative in that type of position is really big. It's really huge. And now, as you can see, black took on e4, bishop e4, but I don't see any possibilities for black to try to fight. It's just losing position, right?
Yep.
King went on g6.
Again.
How did that come?
It did again.
Oops, I did it again. Who was the singer?
Britney Spears.
Yay! You won my small competition.
Oops, I did it again. I
Yeah.
like that.
Actually, I sometimes should sing it during the game
Not bad idea.
because here in such a position, oops, my pawns are again very
But
weak.
it's very common that chess players just listen something before the game and then that music
Yes,
is stuck in
yeah,
your,
during the game. It's
in your
so
hand.
annoying actually.
Not so much. It's good. You're spending some time with the music.
Instead of thinking, you're just singing. It's not the best. You know, if you know how to sing, you should be a singer. If you
How to
know
think, you should be a
how,
thinker.
yeah, a thinker. So just let's you know
Like,
allow
God, you
allow
cannot
musician to.
for like 5 hours. You will collapse like after 2 rounds. So sometimes you have to sing.
Wow, queen f3 was played here, not rook, not knight b6, because now after. But what happens if I just simply take with the queen,
the queen,
here?
yeah.
The knight is. I
Trapped.
believe it should be almost over.
Now knight is trapped. Earlier you had 2 pieces for rook and 2 pawn, and now you will have exchange
Up
less.
and the pawn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens? Maybe let's start from the beginning. So Jola Zawadzka is playing against Tokhirionova, Gulruk Begim.
Yeah.
If I know where is she,
You miss some letters there, but I don't say it. I will not say anything.
okay, but where is she from? I don't know. It would be
She's
easier.
from she represents United States. I think she changed last year because she's studying there.
Galrak Begim then.
What?
Galrak Begim. Tokhirionova. Yeah, the names. Try to read it in English.
Yeah. Yeah, let me check that information. Let me check it.
And I will look at the board for chess. So I believe this is the regular line. E5, F4, F5, only possibility, because if you cannot allow, of course, white to go with the pawn on F5. So that's why F5 played, EF, check, and queen F6, very nicely done. I believe it might be still the theory, but I'm not.
She's from Uzbekistan.
All right, so
She's from Uzbekistan. She changed her federation, and as I know, she has also a sister who's also woman grandmaster, but herself is used to be quite strong youth player, and I remembered her.
because it is from the Russian languages, then if you have you just drop H when reading anything.
What?
Yes, just like no,
Gur.
No. It's, for example, you have Halifman.
Bay.
If you have Halifman, you just read H. So you just don't read. Yeah, but
Halifman?
no, you shouldn't. No, Halifman. It's in Russian. It's in Cyrillic.
Yeah.
Because it's written in Cyrillic, and then if you want to do it in English, you just put the Latin letters.
Yeah.
So then you just drop K. Sorry. So Gulruh Begim is her name, I believe. Should be her name.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
So here we have such a position. Well, actually, black will go with the knight on c5, very unpleasant one. And of course, I cannot play. Knight c5 will go, I believe, and king e3. And it's not that easy to predict what the result should be, because I will push my pawns h4 at first, of course. I never can play bishop e4 because of the pin. So let's put it on the board that should lose. Yeah, knight c5 was played. So bishop e4 is not allowed. It's allowed, but it's losing. So actually, basically, it's not allowed. King d2. She wants to put her king on c3, but on the other hand, I will just push the king to the center. Try to go to f4. a5 was played not to allow to king c3, king b4. Rook b1. Very interesting position.
Very interesting, but it's a little bit slow. I would like to offer you to see the game Georgieva Diarra against Konstantin Alexandra. A very, very interesting position.
Dinara Georgieva.
Yes.
Okay.
And
where are they?
there are queens. Yeah, there. And exposed king on f8.
Oh.
Queen e3 now the check.
Wait. How did it come? The bishop is under the attack, so of course you cannot take back the bishop on g5 because of knight e5. So that's why h5. Some pressure put on the king on f6. Look, it went from f6 to f8. And now she doesn't want to repeat the moves.
So check is on the board. And what happened? Yeah.
Actually, what's the result in that match?
Let me check. So
It's
here
Yugra against Clichy-Eshek.
Here we have Clichy-Eshek already won on the first board, just recently finished. Sarah Hadem managed to win against Natalia Paganina.
All right, so the
Alexandra always likes to sit like this, like she has
with her
very
leg.
comfortable pose. That's interesting.
Maybe not
'cause
very
at the
healthy,
chess
but
tournament, you cannot do something like this.
Yeah. Something happened in the game.
She shaked her head. What happened? Yeah, okay, she was with black pieces. It's normal. She's king h2 was on the board. Queen e2, rook f2.
Wait. What now? Sorry, king g2, right?
No, king h2.
King h2, right?
Check.
Queen e2, rook f2, right?
Yes. And then was pawn is on h5, yeah? Rook c8.
No, the queen is hanging.
Queen went to e3.
Right. G8.
Yeah.
Rook c8. h6 then. Run, florist.
Oh, no. Sorry. Instead of king h2, there was rook f2.
Rook f2 now,
Rook
right?
f2, yeah. Now rook went, king h2.
Right.
a5, g takes h, a5.
a5,
G takes h.
Okay. So it's just losing from black.
Yeah, and after rook c.
1, queen d8, right?
Rook c3.
Okay, the same.
Like something like this.
Because now the
h6 was played.
All right, but still that one would also win, right? Rook g2, something like that should win. All right, so not many games left. A little change in that game because now white is pawn up. How did she manage to take that pawn from d3? Why did she want to play a4?
To play knight b3 next move.
Okay, but now she loses up this pawn.
d2.
She lost one pawn, and now she should lose the second one in a moment. King c3, and then I take the one on d3. So it's only white who can win. Okay, so still we have Monika Sochko trying to win against Titia Gara. Oh, very unpleasant 2 pawns, yeah. G5. What if I just push the pawns and rook f8, g6? Oh. D2, G7, rook G8, F6.
King C2.
Oh. Yeah. I will not manage because I miss. Oh, rook C8 was played. No, computer, please.
Oh, we have after play.
Okay. And now f6, king c2, and it's over because the bishop and the rook are controlling. Bishop f7 may be played actually. I believe it's
for example, to allow king g6.
Yeah, but still king g6 is nothing except the queen. If you take and play king g6, I can still play rook here, or maybe even rook to c6. Right?
Yeah.
No, rook and the bishop. Oh, okay, bishop f7 was played. Rook and the bishop cannot. 2 pawns cannot be better than such a setup.
Yeah. Right? So we have a comment from this this player Tohirionova. She went to from Uzbekistan to USA. Yeah, that's what I remembered. And I think she was she's attending some of the universities with chess scholarship. That's so many players are there.
In Texas, there is for sure in Texas the one.
Yeah. Also in St. Louis and other Texas too, Texas Tech or something.
So here we will have a very nice draw, I believe. Yes, exactly. In a game of.
So it's like USB, Uzbekistan to USA. It was from BT8. Yeah, that's
exactly.
Tricky.
All right, so Jola Zawadzka should win that game. Because now I believe in king f2 is enough, right? Just not to go to d1 just in case. But I believe even king d1 would win. c4 and I believe rook c7 for example, right?
Rook
or rook b8, yeah. That pawn comparing to that is nothing.
It's too far, yeah?
Yep, I believe it's the last game of the round 8. So the last but one round.
One round to go, and do you know the prices of the for the winners?
No, not really.
So let me tell you, the first team will take 2,500 euros. They will share among each other. Second place will take 2,000 euros. Third place will take 1,500 euros, and there is also prize for the fourth place, and this is 1,000 euro. And what is most important, the winner will get the cup, very beautiful cup.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought from Princess.
All right.
So yeah, quite nice prizes. And is it over? Yeah, it's over. So
we have the results after 8 rounds, right?
Do we?
Yeah, I believe.
I think the chief arbiter of the tournament was following our stream that we were complaining that there is not a result, and now we have the result. So let's take a look at the we have.
So as the team competition Circle Deshek already won the tournament. With 13 points, as far as according to the results, and there are all of them already. So Circle Deshek de Monte Carlo has 13 match points.
So congratulations to the
winners,
host city.
Yeah, exactly.
Who just kept that beautiful cup. That's what I thought from the very beginning when I saw the
cup. They are favorites,
it was so spectacular cup, and it was like, okay, they want it for themselves. Yeah.
My precious. So the second place is 1 round before the end, Gambit Volgograd with 10 points. Then Kiev Chess Federation and Ugra team 9 points. Poland Hussars 8 points. Klishchieshek 7. Odlar Yurdu 6. Right?
Are you reading the same as I have?
I don't know.
Because I see that Kiev Greco and Poland Hussars and Ugra, they all have 9 points.
Oh, maybe because there was no result of Jola Zawadzka yet. That's why they didn't have.
Here we have it. Here we have it.
Why? I have wrong.
So first place goes to Monte Carlo.
For sure, right?
For sure. A round before, indeed, they were the leader of the tournament.
Yes, you're right.
So the second place, here we have Gambit Volgograd.
With 10 points, right?
With 10 points, but those three teams can catch up this Gambit
This
Volgograd.
thing from tomato?
What?
Ketchup.
Ketchup. Are you hungry or something? Kiev Greco and Poland Hussars and Ugra has chances to get second place. Or if they have good result, they can also get a bronze medal.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So then we have Klishchieshek with 7 points.
Yeah, I think they don't have much chances for a medal. Yeah.
Especially they are playing against Gambit Volgograd and they're having not very big, small points.
But
points.
I just mentioned about the prizes. So there are prizes for 4 places. So it's also right to mention that maybe some of the teams will fight for 4th place.
Yeah, exactly, because we have 5 teams actually fighting for the medals, right?
Yep.
Okay, 4 teams fighting for silver and bronze, to be precise.
Yeah.
So they are. So now the last round will be Monte Carlo will play against Tremblay Enfants. Didn't they lose to that team in the first stage? I will have to check it.
Yeah, first stage it was a little bit rocky for them, yeah?
Yes, they lost to Tremblay in France. Yeah, I was right. So then Gambit Volgograd will play against Klishchieshek and Kiev Chess Federation against Hello Shak. Poland Hussars will.
You start to read like me.
Yeah, because actually Husaria was the name. It was the proper name. One Hussar, a knight on the horse. So Poland will play against Schach Group Schwäbisch Hall, and then Ugra team will play against Odlar Yurdu. So as we can see, the first half of the tournament will play against the second half of the tournament, right? Which is quite interesting. They are not facing each other already.
Yeah.
So we have the last round only before us.
Yeah, I have very interesting position on the board. Let's have a board back. And this is a position where white definitely has an advantage.
Yeah, she wins in one move.
Yes, advantage. But black is threatening some checkmate or perpetual check. But because of queen h7, all those ideas and dreams are just destroyed here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You have to go to the g file with the king and the rook on g8. It can be taken. And so the...
Yeah, the rook too.
The rook on g2, no stalemate, nothing, no traps.
Yeah,
nothing.
I think we can find many positions for some tactics. Like you can just create a book out of these games.
For sure.
Yeah, tactics from 2020. What is this?
You should find.
Oh my God! What is this?
Oh
my God!
How did that?
Okay,
actually, that position is
winning. It's winning.
That one, I believe, if the pawn was before the half of a board, it should be winning for sure. But with the pawn which is on e5, not on e4, then it should be a draw. But now I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, white played maybe in not most correct way.
You know that? Oh, cool. I don't know.
What?
I don't know how to win such a position, to be honest.
No. I learned these positions when I was very young. And now I don't remember.
Okay.
For sure. Yeah, obviously king went
Wrong,
by
right.
itself to the trap. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And now, very nice, because now, because of the fact that the king has only 2 squares h2 h1, we block one of them, and there is no stalemate because still white has a pawn. And now just brilliant mate. Perfect.
Yeah.
Valerina Gunina. Yeah, I'm really impressed.
Yep.
Yeah, knight g5. So if you have only 2 knights, you cannot win because then you would give a stalemate, right?
Yeah.
And in such a position. Without that pawn, right? So, but with that pawn, she managed to give mate. Very nice. Yep. I do agree.
Very nice. We can scroll a bit down and check
I will
more
also
interesting.
try to find something.
Oh, this is also very nice. Hold on, this opponent game.
Davletova,
Yeah,
Torchieva.
just getting in front of the king.
Yeah.
Pawn, and this is winning.
Elementary
here.
winning position, right?
Yeah, if you push the pawn, that is huge mistake because now you don't have a move more than this, and it's a stalemate. So only move here wins king d3, get into the opposition.
And what is more, it does not matter who's on move, is white
It's still
is
winning. Yeah. If you get your king in front of the pawn, that's winning in the opponent game. Because also, no matter where the pawn is, like on which
square, right?
square.
But of course, the king should be as far as possible, because if you have such a position with pawn on d7, king on d6, and white's king on d4, and if black's on move, no.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. In
And
that
here,
case, yeah.
Here it does not matter whether the pawn stands on d7, d6, d5, d4, because then you just push it to d4 and still win, no matter who is on move, right?
Yeah. So when the pawn is on the 4th rank or 5th rank for the other side, for white, then the king comes on d3, and no matter whose move is it is winning. So, and what is the technique here? Where the king goes, like c1 or e1, you will go to the opposite side. That's how it is winning here.
You can show the game of Anna Muzychuk against Gunay Mamadzada.
Mamadzada, yeah. Muzychuk. Maybe Mamadzada because she's only, and they are 2.
Mama.
Yeah, somehow it doesn't really search. Okay.
Maybe the game's already set up. No.
No, we lost everything, Martin.
Yeah.
We lost what we had.
But still, we know that the first place is already won by the organizers, by the team
host club,
host team, right? So, Cercle d'Échecs de Monte Carlo. Then we have Gambit Volgograd, leading, having 10 points. So as far they are on the 2nd place, but they have to win the match to secure the
match,
silver.
Oh my god,
medal.
it's final match.
Yes.
Final round. I don't believe
Already.
that. Oh. Yeah, we have it. We have everything back.
Alright, so Anna Muzychuk, maybe?
Oh. Muzychuk against Mamadzada, right?
Still can't find it. That's a pity.
No, it started when I'm typing Mamadzada. With Muzychuk, it's fine. What is wrong? What is wrong here?
I know.
Okay, I have to do this again.
Alright, so We don't need a board
Maybe
now.
we need to see this magical view of
Yeah.
Monte Carlo Casino, who is the sponsor of the event.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Some photos, please.
we don't need a board already. Till the next round, of course. Because in just few moments, I believe in 7 minutes, they will start the last round.
Mhm.
So maybe we should take a small
Yeah, I
break
think it's-
before the last
It's
round,
good
right?
time to take a small break and fix everything and to come back. Please don't go anywhere. We have final round and we need you here to do it together.
Yeah, just comment. We'll answer the question as well. Everything nice is okay for us. Okay, short break.
Chess is a game that is 1,400 years old. How come that today it is regarded as an important educational activity used in schools all over Europe? To answer this question, we must ask ourselves what the future will look like and how the schools are preparing children for the challenges ahead. Extremely rapid changes in social conditions, climate changes, artificial intelligence, automation, a new digital era. Scientists predict that the upcoming 20 years will bring more changes in the structure of human society than the previous 300 years have had altogether. This will affect us all, but most importantly, our children. To make them ready for these advancing changes, we need to give them different skills. Scientists talk about the 4 C's: critical thinking, communication skills, collaboration skills, creativity. Schools must find the teaching methods which adapts to the needs of the society and provide children with different mindsets that can be used in the digital era, preparing them for online and real-life experiences. Why chess? To reach the 4 C's, we need to teach our children pro-social behaviour, pattern recognition, problem solving, memory skills, generalisation of knowledge. Chess trains all the 4 C's. It is a classical board game that is easy to use in the classroom, but also perfect for the virtual world. Gamification has proven to be a crucial educational method in the modern age because children are simply used to learn by playing. Chess crosses all borders. It encourages children to win with grace and lose with dignity. As one of the fastest growing educational methods in Europe, over 6 million kids play chess at school. And every day, new schools take up this wonderful learning opportunity. European Chess Union. We make Europe smarter.
We're back. This is final round of the final day at Women Club Cup, which is online, and we already have a winner. The host club Monte Carlo got the medal. I don't know how many times already. This is their first online medal, e-medal, but in total they already won 7 times.
Yeah.
The
So,
world,
so this is the 8th time.
yeah,
no?
record breaker
For sure.
team. I'm Katie. This is Martin, and we are having just last 1 hour together, right?
Yep.
About. The games have already started. So which team we should check first?
Let's start with Ugra team.
Okay, Ugra team. So here I'm checking. Natalia Pagonina is playing on the first board. Is that?
Yep.
Right. So here we have this position. We have still the opening stage. You can see that White managed to put the pawns and the bishops in the center, supporting each other. Oh, we don't have a chessboard. We don't have a chessboard.
So now.
No, I wonder at which moment we lost the board, or we
Never
never
mind.
had
Okay.
a board.
Okay. Just once more, you have to describe it. So both bishops are on e3 and f3. Are quite well developed. They are supporting the pawns, as you mentioned, right? So e4 and f4 pawns. There is a weakness on d6, and black cannot play d5 immediately. So it's quite nice position for white, I believe.
I see the link in the chat of Chess24. They send the link of how to mate in 2 endgame, 2 knights endgame. This
All
is
right.
really cute.
Cool.
I'll
Thank
take a
you
look
very
at
much.
this.
Yeah. All right. So I believe we can move to the board number 2, where Olga Giria is playing white against Gulnar Mamadova. And as you can see, the positions are not open. So d4, g6, e4. So the pieces with bishop e3, knight f3. Nice setup of white, right?
All the pieces in the center.
Yeah. And a3 then. And then castle the queen to b1. Okay, queen d2, a4. It would be nice if I could do something like that. It would take
you can do it theoretically with rook d1, queen c1.
yeah, artificial queen.
But I think that would look ridiculous. Right?
More money! So 95 knight now probably, de and probably rook a to d1. So, okay, maybe knight c1, knight b3, knight c5 will come. So that's on the board, maybe even knight c1 immediately, right? With the idea of knight b3, knight c5. White is having an edge. Here, what happened here? We have the Isolani, but how did it come to that position? Mamedyarova, Badelka. So, alright, that is how did it happen. A knight on b6, and I once played against Lithuanian Grandmaster Kvenis, who played here and here just, and I took even that bishop, and it turned out it's not a weakness on c6, and I lost my pawn on d4, and I lost the game immediately.
Yeah, it's as lost as d4.
Yeah. So most probably white will try to play bishop. I would play bishop d2. So okay, let's put it that way, just to not to exchange too many pieces. And after bishop d7, knight e5, right? And I will believe I will be better. But white traded the bishops, exchanged the bishops, and it's black's decision actually. Whether to take with the knight, with the idea of bishop d7, bishop c6, and then go to d5, or to take with the queen, but then I can take on d5, for example, knight d5, and maybe some rook e1. So I have to take a decision. And the last board of that match. So we have Dorjieva against Fatalieva.
One more information. We have already
Yes.
one game finished. This is Letova against Krumlink-Pia. They ended in a draw. Do you think that the players of Monte Carlo will offer draw to the opponents?
I don't think so. I believe they know they have already won, but still, it's the risk-free situation for them. So actually, if it is a draw, it's okay. But even if they lose, it's not a problem, right? So I believe both players were actually tired, and that's why they agreed to a draw. It's
Yeah.
maybe some repetition as well. You know, it's not. I don't believe it is.
Yeah, we have Sofia rules they cannot
Yeah.
really offer.
Yeah, exactly. So it would be, very unfair, actually, in my opinion. So no, I believe it was just some repetition. So we have such a position, and here I believe that White may try.
Yeah, it was repetition. I just check it.
All right. So I believe that now White may try even to take on b5, because the bishop is hanging. So. Yes, it was done in the game. CB, bishop a8. I believe White has an edge because of the pair of bishops, and the pawns on b5, c4 may be attacked after after b3, for example. I know castle bishop may come back on g2, but of course it's not that easy. Still, it's playable position, right? All right, let's go maybe to the host team.
Let's do that. Let's do that. To do that, 1 game down, 3 to go.
Especially if they play against the team they have lost in the first stage.
It's very personal for them.
Yeah. So I believe they will play till the last drop of blood. So we have Ruy Lopez and the invitation to the Berlin Wall, but refused. And quite a calm position, which I believe Black does not have any problems at all in it. Rook f2 c1. What would White do after f5? That's my question. What should White do after that? I want to take on f4 and then take on e4, right? And after fe, I can even consider
Maybe f4 intermediate move.
why?
Oh, okay. This is better.
Not necessarily. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better. Way much better.
f4 maybe mad by if you have the same idea, then after knight g4 there is check on e6. So
yeah.
that's why I believe it's better to have this pawn on f5.
Yeah,
it
to
secures
cut,
the knight.
yeah,
Right?
this diagonal.
Here, queen e6 here, and still some problems with the king. And of course, rook a to e8 may come, so very unpleasant position. So f5 on the board. I'm really proud of myself, to be honest.
You should be invited next year. The competition.
Yeah, I'll have to do something with my hair and then.
You are in. You're in.
Fe now may be played, or ef as well. So not a very nice position of White. Of course, I may try to go on c4, but then I can take on e4. Now hangs. Tom Hanks even. So no, not very nice. Okay, next game.
Next game, I suggest to see Anastasia Bodnaruk and Alina Kashlinskaya.
I'm really astonished that you didn't want to see neither of sisters Muzychuk. Okay.
It was just interesting positions, not my obsession.
Of course. I didn't say any words. Come on.
I told it myself. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. All right. So the what's the name? Is it Elephant opening Bishop c4 already?
Elephant.
Yeah, it's in Russian. It is the name is Elephant opening.
Don't heard about it. I heard about it, but don't know where is it exactly.
Yeah, Bishop c4 actually because after knight f3, knight c6, Bishop c4 we have this Gucci piano Italian, and after Bishop c4 immediately, and White may try to play f4 one day, knight c3, and then I don't know the English name actually, but for example in Russian it's slot openings of the bishop opening. So the elephant.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But
Bishop
in Polish
E4.
version.
Can I take the pawn on h3?
Yes, my idea is most probably to.
But why didn't define that? Okay, she could not define that.
Yeah, king d2 does not work because of knight
Knight
f4. And actually there is no other way, yeah, because the bishop is hanging here. Of course, I can try to do that, but then queen f2 is coming. Not very pleasant one.
After bishop e4, there's knight on f4. And
d2 f4, right? And black
that's
is doing
dangerous.
extremely well. Alright, probably I'll take take and play queen f3. But now, alright, here, and knight g5.
Oh my god. That's
Probably
dangerous.
it's not working for white, so I believe that after knight df4, Anastasia Bodnaruk is suffering a lot, because after queen f3, the knight comes on g5 immediately.
Pasta.
So, I believe she's actually might be already losing.
Yeah, how about the next game next to it? No.
Oh, next.
Yeah.
What did I do?
You did terrible thing.
What on earth did I do? Sorry.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, somehow it's managed.
Queen g2 was played with white as a last move because queen a1 was a checkmate.
But what it was the Sicilian for sure, right? No,
Slav, yeah?
it was a Slav. Slav with love. But black managed to attack quite strong. Then on b2 is hanging. Me gusta mucho. This position I really enjoy. Alright, let's play. Let's chase the king. Queen a1.
King c2 only move.
Check.
d4.
And check.
King e2 looks only move.
Ah, you're escaping from my chase.
Why? Queen c2, yeah?
King f1 even. The knight on d1 is protected. I have to do something better. Come up with something better. Is it possible?
Bishop a5 was played. And white took the bishop.
So now I will take it back with knight actually, and then to play knight c4.
If you do the same, it
Okay,
will be
I do
something different.
that, and take that one. I wanna check. I wanna check. I'll play knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4 looks good. Because after check, there's knight c3.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, perfectly right. So now I believe black is doing extremely well, even in that position. The king is safe. That's the difference between black's and white's king. So knight c4 might be really unpleasant threat. But after g5, what happens after g5? Alright, so out of knight c4, gf, and come on, do it. Knight e3. Here, check. And check. And check and mate.
Check and mate, yeah. That
Somehow.
will happen soon.
So she's still thinking. And this is the third board, right? No, it's different match. No, it's the...
Let me check quickly. It is...
Sarah against Valentina, right?
Yeah.
So it's the first board of the same match.
It's actually first board, not last
First,
board
yeah.
that were thought.
So... So actually bishop g2 was played here, which is probably the only move. But now, of course, black is much better. There is a threat of h5, f5, rook to a to e8, and Alina Kashlinskaya is doing extremely well against Anastasia Bodnaruk. Knight took on a5 in the previous game. So, what happened in Alexandra Kosteniuk game? How did it come that she's sending without equality? Alright. This was this strange Caro-Kann. Alright, the white is pushing. She didn't want to take on c6 because of bishop b7 of course. And now after f6 and knight f3, she has got some problems with castling long. That's why she has chosen to castle short. But here,
Oops.
I did it again. Here bishop d3 and knight b4 and knight c2 is coming.
No.
So wrong. It's a bad position already, right? Bishop went on b2, castle, and now black is just actually winning because pawn up and no counterplay of white.
No counterplay.
So I believe that Nurgul Salimova should win against Alexandra Kosteniuk. I believe it's not the best performance of Alexandra in the whole tournament I'm talking.
Yeah. Let me check how she is playing. Usually she's very good online blitz player, but this is rapid, and here she cannot pre-move. That changed a lot, that you cannot pre-move, and when you play often online tournament, you are used to play in the same format. She is having not so good tournament. So in total, she won 3 games and lost 3 games and drew 2 games. And
50%.
She is now playing the last round, and she's losing 10 points with rating, but it's online tournament, so they will not count it.
Doesn't matter actually.
So don't worry about that.
Okay, what's going on here? Nothing extremely interesting. I'm looking for some
excitement. I know.
Fireworks.
I know what you are doing.
Okay, wow. Okay, Trompowsky is always interesting. The position that we have from that variations are quite interesting. d4 immediately, cool. Of course, white didn't want to exchange everything, because then black would stand better because of the pair of bishops, and actually the pawn structure 3 versus 2 on the queen side. And
look at Natasha.
Yeah.
Getting some vitamins for the eyes.
Yeah, the same as I do during the games. I know that feeling. But it's helping actually.
Yeah, it does, especially when you are staring at the screen for a long period. It's really helpful.
So Claudia Coulon on the screen. Okay, so let's take a look at the
Hussards. That's what you want to suggest.
Yep. So first board.
Javashvili and Zawadzka.
So it was Rogozin variation. Quite popular, and white black just took a pawn and just tries to play farther, and of course no draw at all. FG, queen g6, and then it could be a draw. That's why. Oh. Look, f4.
Catch the bishop.
Take. Queen f6, because if not, then queen g6, and ef, gf, and knight. I just take it. And I'm not afraid of anything.
I'm not
And what would you do?
Queen G6.
All right, king will go here. You don't have enough time.
It's just happened. Knight F3.
Knight F.
Knight F7. That's
All
what
right.
I wanted to say.
All right, I
takes,
have
queen
take,
takes.
take, and maybe queen g5.
And black is thinking here.
Yep. Yep, queen f7, and now black is thinking, but still I believe it's just winning for her. So, alright, second board of the same match. Alicja Śliwicka is playing white against Deimante Daulite Cornet. So we had what opening was it? Okay. So the Kalashnikov variation, the open Sicilian, but with fianchetto. Black took a pawn on c4, white took a pawn on h6. Which one is more? Oh, but then I take on e4, so I believe black is doing extremely well in that position. I'm just pawn up, right?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, the activity. Alright, so what happens if I
But
play?
the knight is kind of catched underneath.
Yeah, okay, I play rook e8, yeah?
Rook e8, yeah.
What happens here? Of course, I don't want to take on e7 immediately, because there is a pin. But what white should do? Because if I take with the knight, ed go home, and I play here. And I just catch
the horse.
Catch the horse, right.
Let's go to the game of Monika Sochko. She is having a very interesting position against Nafisa Muminova. Sort of disbalanced position, but I'm sure there is already some strong evaluation there, like exact evaluation of this position.
Yep.
One side should win, yeah?
Yeah,
Looks so
definitely
complicated.
no.
It's gonna
not-
be equal.
But how did it come? It's a French. This is the French. So I believe this is still the home preparation. And black has an action down for a pawn, but very nice pawn structure. And it's just a matter of I think whether it's enough. So there is a problem of white because there is a threat of queen f3. If I play queen g3, then bishop d4 may come. No, queen g4. So there are two threats, here and here. Right, the queen may go on f3 and g4. So you have to do something with the rook. And if you go anywhere, then I can try to...
If rook d2, there is bishop f4, and there's not even one single check for black losing this way.
That's why I will leave some sort of king. Well, because queen g4 is a really big threat. So it's very nice for black, I believe.
To centralize the king.
Yeah, to centralize the king. And
There's
also there are
check.
so many threats that it's very hard to make a move. Because king h1, then queen h3, and I'm just winning. If the rook goes anywhere, and queen g4, king f1, and still check and check.
Yeah.
So
yeah, let's move quickly to the other games because the positions are changing extremely fast. And
Alright.
check, figure it out.
All right.
So, what is happening in this position in the game of Tohirionova against Goryachkina? Here, Goryachkina has big advantage because of the rook. Thanks to the rook, can I now play this one? If you take, I'll take
king g1.
King g1. King g1.
Rook
Can I
e4.
take it here? And after taking here, I can simply take with the rook or with the pawn.
I can take with the rook, I believe.
With the rook looks.
Because now the pawn on c2 is also hanging.
Yeah.
And because of the activity of black rook, always I can give a check on e1 and come back on e2.
But Alexander does it in a fashion, and she keeps the queens on the board, and she plays.
She takes a pawn.
Rook takes e4 and keeps all these ideas on the board. The next game, Nana Zaknidze and Nandita. Here we have this position. And black just took the bishop on g2. King will capture it back. I believe that I cannot believe that this bishop is hanging.
Yeah, it is.
And after taking on a7,
I'll take and take on
d6,
d6, right?
yeah.
ED or bishop d6. So not very easy.
Not very easy task here for black. Not very easy. We can check quickly to the next game, and here we have Buksa Natalia against Garatisia.
So this is Hello Shak against Kiev Chess Federation Greco.
We have already rook endgame, but black stands absolutely good here.
Yes.
Has centralized king, active rook. On the other hand, white has quite weak pawn structure.
Right.
And passive king.
It should be enough for black to
win. Although it
win.
still takes some
precision
technique.
for sure.
I think that can be the next
King
idea.
e3 most probably she will have to play.
Mhm.
I don't see any other way of handling that position with white. And black of course will have to go with the rook to f4 one day. Alright, dc, king takes and king d2 maybe.
King d2.
King b5, king d5, king e3. Where do you want to go? King e2 then?
I just realized that this rook is also trapped here. A
Yeah,
little bit. It
it's-
has to come this way.
Yeah,
and
via
this
f4, but still after rook f4 I can play h4.
way. That's why I need this king to be on e6 maybe, close to the king, the king side pawns.
What for? No, just see, protect the pawn on c4, because now, for example, I play rook f4, and you cannot move the rook. And if you go to king e2, then I go that way. And if you try to have the king here, then I'll just take that pawn. I protect with the rook, and the king protects that pawn.
Oh, rook f4 actually makes a threat of h4.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's the point. That's the
true.
point. So black should be winning because of the activity of the pieces.
Yeah. So this is the current position. Black just decided to keep the king on a file, not to push c5 yet.
Yeah, but I believe what happens if I play b5, for example? She's calculating, right? With black.
Black.
Right. King e2 only move, and then king f4. King, I don't know, maybe here. And how about g4 in that position? F5,
or
g4.
f5, yeah.
Is it enough? She has to calculate whether it's okay to do it or the other way that we have shown, right?
Yeah.
Because after rook e3, I always can play rook h3.
Yeah.
Even not h1, but h3.
Yeah, this pawn end game is winning for sure.
Yeah.
And
no
if
doubts
you
about
give me
it.
that c pawn,
It should be also winning
remember
because
that the king is active.
yeah, rook c6, rook b3, for example. King e4. And take on hard.
Yeah.
Rook
And after this?
yeah, rook c2 and then rook b2. Yeah. This position is
take the pawn.
easily won for black.
Yeah. That's the position without queens and rooks on the board. And in the game of Zaknidze and Nandiha, here we stopped after, oh my god, what's wrong with this board? What is wrong with your board?
I've already told you, but you felt offended.
What?
I told you what's going on with the board, but you felt offended. That's why I'm not going to repeat.
Yeah. Okay. So after that move,
but why cannot we see the?
we're gonna see it now. We're gonna see.
Right. On the
So
board,
yeah. So here we were like searching for some moves, all the captures and everything, and we forgot one capture here. One last capture.
Yes,
which
quite interesting one.
It just happened.
Okay, but what happens now? Queen d3, queen b4, and queen d4, right?
That's what happened.
That's what she said. Rook c2, dc, all right. And now queen d5, for example.
Let's move that again.
Queen a4, queen b6 was played. Knight c3 will be the next move, most probably, just to go with the with the knight to d5. But on the other hand, after knight c3, bishop c5, knight d5 maybe, and queen d6. Bishop c5. I want to grab the pawn on a7. Oh, here, yeah, exactly, queen d6.
Yeah.
If I get rid of the pawn on a7, I have already big chances.
Yeah, yeah, indeed.
Much bigger than in that position with that pawn on a7. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, let's move to the next game. Which one? This one. So, okay. The moment I wanted, I thought that it didn't froze. It frozen. Still we have the frozen. So queen d3 was played.
I'll take the
Can I take and
knight h5 at first. Bishop h5 at first. So after g6 I will take on c5 and the pawns will be worse, right? And now I can take on b2 or to play h4. Yeah, rook b2, h4 now. Rook b7. I believe white made attempt to win, but of course I'm not forced to do it. After queen d3, let's put it that way. How about
to take it? No, I can't take it.
The king on f7 is quite weak. That's why you can try. You can try to take on d3 and then play bishop e4, for example, and we have to calculate whether it's okay. Instead of bishop
It happened?
No.
Wait.
Yeah,
it's
it happened.
Maybe it's winning here.
Maybe
after
queen f3 and rook
check.
b2, for example, right? How to say actually?
The bishop is hanging here.
Yeah, but the rook is also hanging on b1.
Oh.
That's the point. That's why queen d3 was played.
Not pleasant. Not pleasant.
And also now bishop e3 and I'll just take on h5, right? So it's not good.
We just lost. Yep. Piece. Yeah.
Somehow we managed to do it.
Where is the game?
So
Okay, not queen f3, but now it was queen.
So it
bishop
was
takes,
my actually my idea reversed, right? Bishop h.
Yeah, exactly.
And h4 has to be played now. King g2, hg, hg, and black will suffer.
Yeah, well, black will suffer.
Knight f6, so h4. Pre-move. Not allowed pre-move, I would do.
That's why they are not allowed to pre-move. Oh, what is happening here? Let's take a look. They're playing quite fast, so let's just take a look at their...
Yeah, because of the lack of time already.
I see that here black is playing on seconds.
Rook a4, knight e3, knight d6, with the idea of mate.
h5. Yeah, white has 1 minute, so
The
that's
position
why.
has changed a lot, right?
I
No.
can't just recognize the position.
Alright, rook a4. Because after knight e3 there might be knight d6. So she wants to gain some time. Or maybe she wants to make a draw already.
Was it ended in a draw? Maybe white will ask. Well, white will call the arbiter. Yeah, draw. Draw was agreed. Draw was
Okay, she was not sure whether to play further or not.
Somehow I think that it was quite okay. h5.
Yeah, knight e4.
Knight e4.
Rook to g2, king h1, rook to, e2 with the idea of knight g4, right?
Yeah. Actually, checkmate is a threat here. And after this, knight g4.
So
But they
there.
don't want it to risk, yeah? They
Yeah,
don't.
exactly. There are some results already. So, Schwäbisch Hall against Poland Hussars. Jola Zawadzka won her game. Tulela Jawakishvili and Klaudia Kulon lost her game to Karina Ambartsunova. And in Kliši Ešek against Gambit Volgograd, Valentina Gunina won against Sarah, and Alina Kashlinskaya won against Anastasia Bodnaruk. Jugra team is leading 1-0 against Odlar Yurdu.
Yeah, another game is on the way. Another result is on the way because Olga Giria has an extra pawn, and
Yeah,
he
exactly.
will just now chess the king, or just push the pawn as far as possible, and then approach the king side pawns.
Yeah, exactly.
And win.
But actually, it will be only a draw in that match because Monika Sochka lost her game to Nafisa Muminova. So Alexandra Goryachkina wins the game for sure. Will win the game, and then we will have 1.5 in the match. So still, the game of Nana Jagnidze against Nandida is going to will bring the result of the match.
Yeah,
so
that's the Monte Carlo, the winner of the
and it
event.
will no. Look, it will not end up in a draw because the bishop from a7 is securing the.
It's draw.
Rook c1 or what? Why is it draw?
Why? How about?
Rook h5. Rook g7, king c8, right? And then I will wait for you. It should be a draw even after b8.
I will be at b8.
But then I'll just check here, king here, here, and you will suffer with white.
Yeah, it's just the position on the board.
Yes, it's actually on the board, right?
Yeah, it's on the board. Yeah, I think.
How fun is that?
Nana is ready to suffer here.
Yeah. But she'll fight like a mama lion for her children.
Yeah, but they already won. Yeah?
Yeah, but still they want to not to lose in the second time for the second time against the same team.
The same team. Oh my God, that's funny.
That would be embarrassing for them, to be honest.
Yeah, I think their
the
average rating is huge. Like difference in average rating is huge.
Yes,
huge,
exactly.
Huge.
That's why. So Schwäbisch Hall is leading.
Yeah, Tremblay and France. I don't know
Poland.
much history about the team, but they don't have any French player there, any French. So they have only 4 foreigners.
So okay, we have already the first result of team, where Schwäbisch Hall made a draw against Poland Hussars, and Jugra won already, so leading 3-0. So it will be, they already won the match, right? Only one more game left, so Kiev Chess Federation is losing 2-1.
With whom?
Hello Shak.
Okay, so we have 5 games in progress only.
So okay, so let's take a look at the games from the match Kliši Ešek against Gambit Volgograd.
Is it this or not?
It should be Alexandra Kosteniuk white, Salimova, yes, so that's why.
Yeah.
That is the one.
So white cannot win, this is for sure.
Yes, it's on the way.
Here.
It will be a draw, king c4, king f2, and then I will have it is totally drawn. And how about the last game of that match? So Maltsevskaya against Benmezba. Doing my best.
Welcome to the team. So here black has an extra pawn.
But it should be a draw, of course. The king is cut. And actually nothing can be done. See,
Yeah.
rook and the bishop against the rook, as I told you, in the Tremblay Enfance against Cercle d'Échecs, the Monte Carlo. But most probably she knows how to make a draw. King f7, yeah, exactly. It's out. You are really a support for me. The battery has gone. Alright, I will focus on chess then.
Unexpected.
I was doing my best.
It was good timing, last moment.
Alright. King. She didn't want to go to e8 because of rook e7. Check. Which would mean knight c6 and a draw. That draw. But here, of course, still after rook g6, I believe it should be. Yeah, it's a draw. So it will be a draw in the match. Right? Or not?
Moment.
I don't have a support already.
It's a team of Gambit Volgograd and
Cliché d'Échecs. Yep, I believe.
Yeah, for the moment it's 1 to 1, 1.5 to 1.5 in the team, and also
So it will be a draw. It's
1.5 and 1.5
actually
is in the next game, which is in progress. This
all right,
the other
so
one.
Ugrad team won the silver medal.
A question.
Yes.
In the other game, can I play a game with rooks and the knights?
Yes, of course, because the knights are very tricky pieces. So of course you should. If you try,
which one I could not?
Rook against rook, knight against knight. I don't know. Rook and pawns gh against rook and pawns gh. It's something you shouldn't do. I don't know.
I lost once rook in game.
I lost a lot of it, but come on.
Without no increment, I don't know. It's not pleasant, but it's legal. So whatever is legal.
Shouldn't be punished. Vive la résistance, oui.
So how many moves? Let's count the moves.
Yes, it's the good.
Let's count the moves.
It is one of the
last game.
Yeah, it's the last game actually, but it will.
I'm sure Monte Carlo already celebrates. So it was bishop h6, so 66 moves.
All right, so 116.
And we are. So this is move 84. They both have seconds on the clock. But the king is still
87, right?
In the center.
Okay, king e4, rook c5, yeah. So which move is it?
96.
96, alright, so 20 more. And she defends on the third rank, not on the second, but on the third. It's totally different approach. Because usually you go, but still, it should be also enough actually. Check, king b5. Of course, it is
100 move.
All right, move 100.
How many moves we need?
100. We had 67, 66, so 116.
For 50 moves.
Yep, for 50 moves, right.
Rules. Still king is here.
So I believe she will make a draw.
Yeah. I think she trains a lot of this kind of theoretical positions, and she knows easily. She can do it easily.
That's probably right.
Yeah, I think top players they should know these theoretical positions.
Yeah,
they have
they
to
know. They know actually.
Then they know.
And rook c4. Okay, so it's done.
Yeah, it's
totally done.
It's done. It's done. So this is the end of the tournament. The winner team is the Club Monte Carlo, who gets the cup and also gets the prize fund, which money prize, which is 2,500 euros. So let's check out who is the second, if we have already
the official results.
Yeah, results.
I will try to do something, but it's not gonna answer.
It's not
Batteries
gonna answer.
too low. I was doing my best.
So Monte Carlo has 14 points because they ended in a draw. Oh, we have on the board, okay, on the screen. Then second place goes to Ugra for 11 points. They actually shared with Volgograd Gambit. Also, both teams are from Russia.
Yes, exactly.
They will get 2,000 and 1,500
euros, right?
each
Prizes
team.
and medals.
And we have Poland Hoosers who are, I think, underdogs in this tournament.
Yeah.
But they managed to qualify in the round-robin tournament, and they managed to actually win a prize, and they are fourth, and they are clear fourth. They didn't share. Then we have Kiev Chess Club Greco and Clichy at Chess. Hello, Shaq. Tremblay L France, Oldar Yuldu, and
Schwäbisch Fall.
So you like to let me say it and then to correct it, like
yes, of course.
Oh, yeah.
It's called trolling, I believe. That's what I know. I don't know any Instagram, but trolling is something
it's your job.
Not the specialty that I don't want.
One of your hobby.
Yes,
One
rather.
of your hobby. So let's take a look at the Zoom if we have any players there. Maybe they're chatting or something with arbiters. We see the chief arbiter, Tomasz Delega. There we see also Kiria Olga and Pogonina, Natalia, and then we see the arbiters on the screen. That is the situation for the moment. I'm sure most of the players will leave the Zoom call soon because they have we have actually the closing ceremony tomorrow. At 6 p.m. Central European time.
Especially that everybody is actually already tired. We also are, I believe. But it was a great pleasure to comment such an event. Also, on the weekend we had the European Blitz Chess Championship online, which was also very fascinating tournament.
Yes, and we hope that we will have this view, what you see on the background, live in 2021 actually. 2021 from Monaco. That is actually planned to be there, and we hope that will happen. Once again, congratulations to the winner teams, and also for the organizers that it actually happened, and it happened, I think, very good.
Yeah, it was very smoothly done, and it's really a cool idea. If in those terrible times, pandemia times, it's very good that we have such an opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much, Martin, to working with me. See you tomorrow, I guess, and see you in next year as well.
Yeah.